Kain is deified. The clans tell tales of him. Few know the truth. He was mortal once, as were we all. However, his contempt for humanity drove him to create me and my brethren. I am Raziel, firstborn of his lieutenants. I stood with Kain and my brethren at the dawn of the Empire. I have served him a millennium. Over time, we became less human and more divine. Kain would enter the state of change and emerge with a new gift. Some years after the Master, our evolution would follow, until I had the honor of surpassing my lord. For my transgression, I earned a new kind of reward. Agony. There was only one possible outcome. My eternal damnation. I, Raziel, was to suffer the fate of traitors and weaklings, to burn forever in the bowels of the Lake of the Dead.
Cast him in.
Tumbling, burning with white-hot fire, I plunged into the depths of the abyss. Unspeakable pain, relentless agony. Time ceased to exist. Only this torture and a deepening hatred of the hypocrisy that damned me to this hell. An eternity passed, and my torment receded, bringing me back from the precipice of madness. The descent had destroyed me, and yet I lived.
Raziel, you are worthy. I know you, Raziel. You are worthy.
What madness is this? What pitiful form is this that I have come to inhabit? Death would be a release next to this travesty.
You did not survive the abyss, Raziel. I have only spared you from total dissolution.
I would choose oblivion over this existence.
The choice is not yours.
I am destroyed.
You are reborn. The birth of one of Kain's abominations traps the essence of life. It is this soul that animates the corpse you lived in. And that, Raziel, is the demise of Nosgoth. There is no balance. The souls of the dead remain trapped. I cannot spin them in the wheel of fate. They cannot complete their destinies. Redeem yourself. Or if you prefer, avenge yourself. Settle your dispute with Kain. Destroy him and your brethren. Free their souls and let the wheel of fate churn again. Use your hatred to reave their souls. I can make it possible. Become my soul Reaver, my angel of death.
Hello everyone, this is my 100% no damage playthrough of Legacy of Kain Survival 1 Remaster. I'm with the recording of this, I'm basically trying something new, something different that I never tried before.
These gates twist space, laying a path across great spans.
And it's basically making a commentary over the video that I have recorded and combined together. And the first tip over here, there's a gate over here that allows you to basically fast travel from one point to another. You have to find the specific... Each section of the game have its own specific gate that you can use. So it's technically like a shortcut, some form of fast traveling, but it's not really a fast traveling. Still very useful for 100% playthrough.
You are weak. You must feed.
The old hunger has left me. I have no desire for blood.
You are changed. Your bloodthirst is replaced by a deeper need. You have become a devourer of souls. To sustain your strength, you must hunt the lost spirits of the underworld and consume the souls of your enemies.
I'm also going to try to not really talk through cutscenes as the entire thing over here progresses. It's simply a way to show a little bit of courtesy. And what else can I say? I'm gonna also have a no commentary version of the same playthrough in the description of this video down below.
Your wings, though ruined, are not without purpose. Take hold of them as you leap, and they will carry you across this chasm.
There are definitely gonna be some rules when it comes to this type of run, which I'm gonna try to explain to best of my
What
abilities.
scabrous wretches are these?
Stua, the scavengers of the underworld. Their feral hunger has claimed countless souls, spirits who now shall never find their rest.
But maybe I'm gonna explain the rules. I mean, obviously, the main goal is to... The main goal of the game is obviously beat the entire game without taking any type of avoidable damage. And the first enemy over here, Slua, they're basically like vultures of the underworld. They're actually pretty fast. The best attack from them to basically get out of them is when they lunge forward towards you, because then you can very easily dodge to the right and just spam them.
These portals are your conduit between the spectral and material realms. With their aid, you may gather matter and will yourself to become manifest in the physical world. This is taxing, however. Your strength must first be fully restored. You require no conduit to return to this plane. You may abandon your physical body at any time.
But yeah, when it comes to Sluas, it's all about basically perfectly timing your attacks, if anything else.
Sustain your strength to prolong your manifestation in the physical world. If you fail to feed or absorb too many wounds, this fragile matter will dissolve.
So, when it comes to this game, there's gonna be plenty of cutscenes in front, so it's kind of difficult to explain something when you have cutscene after cutscene.
Weaknesses. Immersion in water, while not fatal, will dissolve your physical body, forcing your return to the spirit world. Be aware that in the spectral realm, water has neither heft nor lift. It stands as thin as air.
So basically, when it comes to the rules of how not to take damage, well, obviously don't get hit, but the other thing is your health just constantly drops.
These creatures.
So you're always going to take some amount of damage.
They are the children of your brother, Duma.
That's impossible. These foul, scuttling beasts could not be kin of our high blood.
Do you suppose that time stood still for you, Raziel? Much has changed since you passed from the world of men.
I knew my opponent's weaknesses, having suffered them myself. Physical wounds are fleeting. Vampire's immortal flesh begins to close as soon as it is cleaved. Vampires need only fear those wounds that impale or inflame. Water scorches like acid, and fledglings are devastated by sunlight's touch. I would have to modify my tactics to suit my foes.
Yes. So, when it comes to the vampires in this game,
From the flesh, a creature's soul fades swiftly into the spectral realm. Draw it in quickly, Raziel, or you will be compelled to follow.
I really hate when we get cutscene after cutscene. It is really difficult to make like a proper commentary when you have cutscene after cutscene just playing in. I guess I'm gonna try to explain everything the moment I'm gonna get a little bit more of a free time.
Your physical prowess surpasses what you knew in life. Even massive obstacles can be moved effortlessly.
So, for now, the only times when I'm gonna get damage is basically just from being in the material realm, but that doesn't count as a taking damage because simply it happens on its own and it's unavoidable damage. If up until a certain point, I'm gonna take a dip in the water. That counts as a damage. If I'm gonna get hit by the enemy, that counts as a damage. Sun damage doesn't count because sun doesn't deal any damage.
My God! The sanctuary of the clans reduced to ruin. Beyond these walls lay the pillars of Nosgoth, the seat of Kain's empire. How humble it now appeared, collapsing into the dust of its former magnificence. And yet, I had only just emerged. In the instant between my execution and resurrection, centuries had apparently passed.
This world is wrecked with cataclysms. The earth strains to shrug off the pestilence of Kain's parasitic empire. The fate of this world was preordained in an instant by a solitary man. Unwilling to martyr himself to restore Nosgoth's balance, Kain condemned the world to the decay you see. In that moment, the unraveling began. Now it is nearly played out. Nosgoth teeters on the brink of collapse. Its fragile balance cannot hold.
The next thing I'm gonna mention is that when it comes to vampires, you have two types of vampires, actually three types when you think about it. You have fledgling, which is the easiest one to kill. You have an adult vampire, which usually the difference is that they have like additional appendages or additional weapons. And the third type, which is a resurrected adult vampire, which whenever the resurrected adult vampire is gonna hit you, they also gonna perform the health absorption. It's the worst type of vampire that we can fight in the game, but thankfully for in this game you can pretty much avoid majority of the fights with the adult resurrected vampire. To give like a quick explanation, resurrected adult vampire is basically a vampire that is getting killed and resurrected. Like for example, if you impale a vampire and remove his blade, that's basically is the deal. The best way to recognize that those types of vampires is that they have a little bit of a blue-purple aura around them. Also, this run is 100%, but it's segmented. I'm using saves throughout the entire run.
This, at least, had remained constant. The endlessly swirling vortex of the abyss. My tomb and the womb of my rebirth. Though much of Nosgoth's landscape had changed, these cliffs gave me my bearings. My clan territory was to the west. I was anxious to see how my descendants had fared during the centuries of my absence.
On top of other objectives during this playthrough is basically collecting all the collectibles, all the power-ups, exploring all the locations, getting all the gates unlocked. All of that while also taking no damage. So now we're in the Razio's territory. And we got one of our few mandatory fights in this game. The very first mandatory fight in this game that we have encountered was with the Sluas in the underworld. Okay, that's not great. Well, I was afraid of that. That I made an error while recording, while splicing this video full. Which my apologies for that. Well, that's an amateur mistake that I did not even notice. I will do better. But I don't even think that even if I made that mistake before, I don't think I took any damage regardless. But I basically restarted over there because I was panicking and I was afraid I took damage. Which, as we could see just a moment ago, I didn't. I simply did not notice that I did not cut that specific fragment from the entire video. Which, okay, I mean, that is clearly my mistake. That is clearly my fault, and I'm sorry for that. I'm gonna deny that it kind of bothers me a little bit.
My once proud kin wiped from this world like excrement from a boot. I knew the hand that wrought this deed.
But if you're not gonna make any mistakes, you're not gonna learn anything. Oh yes, throughout this playthrough, I'm not gonna use many major glitches or exploits. There's gonna be a few exploits that I'm definitely gonna use, but I'm not using any glitches. I'm not gonna constantly reset the game to the main menu. The only reason why I would reset the game to the main menu is if I would get hit. So far, that did not happen. I basically made the editing error, which I'm getting caught on that, and I'm fully accepting that. Professional content creator, like, share, and subscribe. I'm not. This is like my very first time when I do something like this. So errors were bound to happen. I can only hope that I'm not gonna get any more errors throughout this entire thing, like that, because that was amateur mistake. I would say that was clearly an amateur mistake. But yeah, over here, once you climb up the stairs, don't go to the left side of the entryway, go to the right side. On the left side, you're gonna have enemy that you cannot see that's gonna attack you straight up and you're gonna take damage.
No! Please!
I didn't recognize these flayed racks of flesh. Their scent was vampiric. They gnawed upon their victim's carcass like dogs.
And there we go, the Melchiah vampires. Melchiah vampires have an ability that if you are too far away from them, they're gonna dig underground, and they are going to basically try to get at you from the front.
This charnel house bore the unmistakable marks of Melchiah's clan. To what depths had our dynasty plummeted if these ghouls were the descendants of my high-born brother? Were they so debased as to recruit fledglings from the desiccated corpses here interred?
And if you're gonna be too close to them, as they're gonna burrow out of the ground, you're gonna take damage. Also, one of the other enemies that we have seen in the back, but I have decided not to attack, and that's a human. A very good tip for 100% run is to not attack any humans, because it's actually gonna pay out. It's gonna pay off really good in the future of the run. Those are Melchiah vampires. Like I said, Melchiah vampires can dig on the ground. They have 2 attacks. They have a little jump towards you, and they have a long swipe that they can basically use and hurt you.
My brother Melchiah was made
Those
last,
attacks are pretty
and therefore received
manageable,
the poorest
though.
portion of Cain's gift. Although immortal, his soul could not sustain the flesh, which retained much of its previous human frailty. This weakness, it seemed, was passed on to his offspring. Their fragile skins barely contained the underlying decay.
While you step over here, there's also a chance of one of those little fledglings. Fledglings are yellow, adults are green. There's always a chance of one of those fledglings to basically derp and step into the sunlight, which they can definitely do that. And if I recall correctly, this is gonna be the end of this segment of the game. Yep, there we go. That's another segment of the game. The first save of the game we have made at the portal towards the Sanctuary of the Clans. This segment should take us all the way from the beginning of the Melchiah's territory, all the way from the gate, I should say, all the way past, I think, the boss fight itself. So yeah, be careful while you jump over here. Let me remind, for now, if you take a dip in the water, that's gonna count as a damage. There's gonna be later definitely a better way to figure out when you took damage, when you didn't took the damage. But everything in time. Also from the... okay, yeah, the first things first, just throw the weapon over there. Just do yourself a favor and throw that weapon over there.
Beware, Raziel. These wraiths are vampire spirits, fettered too long in the spectral realm. When their vampire natures adapt to this plane, they become eaters of souls. Do not allow these spirits to re-inhabit their corpses.
Yes, rapes. Souls that will remain way too long in the spectral realm. Very noisy enemy. Rapes are actually pretty easy to kill, as long as you are not going to, as you're not going to allow them to land. There's always a chance of them basically flying right towards you and swiping you with their hand. But we're not going to really have that much of a problem with wraiths throughout the entire playthrough. Yeah, I threw that weapon a little bit too high and I couldn't pick it up. I'm gonna get it in a moment. If you're gonna get hit by the wraiths, that pretty much cause them to absorb your health, on top of already dealing damage towards you. But the comes to puzzles in this game, there's a lot of box moving. I've noticed that a lot of people is complaining about that. To be quite fair, I don't really mind it. But then again, it comes from a bias of a person that played this game since pretty much the year of the release from 1999. This is my most beloved and most favorite game of all time. Jump up one of the scales to raise the other one up. Now, I used to remember that there was a way to basically cheese this entire room. I don't remember it and I don't know about it. I don't really use any strategies from anybody else. Most of the things that you guys see throughout this video is basically something that I have found out myself, by myself. Mostly. Because I believe one strat in the game was actually used from by watching other people playing the game. But maybe that's a singular strategy, but I can say with the confidence the majority of this playthrough has been basically self-found, if that terms even apply here. Yeah, if you see a vampire with the impaled weapon on the ground, don't pick up that weapon. See, now that was very risky of me. I shouldn't really do that specific operation. And I really shouldn't do that because when you have two weapons very close together like this, there's always a chance that you're gonna pick up the weapon that is on the impaled vampire. And you don't want to do that, because impaled vampires that have removed weapons from their bodies are becoming resurrected vampires. And when those resurrected vampires are gonna hit you, they're gonna start draining your health. And obviously that counts as a damage, and that forfeits the entire objective of the game. Well, maybe not the entire objective of the game, but the entire objective of this challenge run. While you are in the Spectral Realm, this escalator, elevator, ledge does not move up and down, which is your means to travel from point A to point B. Another puzzle, very easy. Match the symbols in the walls with the symbols on the box. Just a reminder, for now, during this stage of the game, our health is constantly draining down. It is a damage that we essentially take, but it's out of our control. Therefore, it does not count as taking damage, which does not forfeit the main objective of this playthrough. throughout the majority of the playthrough, or at least throughout the majority of this zone, you can very effectively avoid at least 70% of enemy encounters that you can get. There's not really a significant amount of mandatory fights in this game in general. But the mandatory fights are the only ones that you really have to be afraid of. We already have a couple of those throughout the playthrough. We're gonna still encounter a few of them in the game. Obviously, I'm not counting boss fights. I'm gonna have my 5 cents to talk about them a little bit as well. And there we go. We have witnessed a human soldier, human Sarapan, that instead of attacking us, started praying to us. If you kill more vampires throughout the playthrough, and you're not gonna hurt any of the humans, you're basically saving yourself a little bit of a world of hurt throughout the playthrough. This block over here, always pull this block out. You need to pull this block out. There's like not even a question. And if we're gonna sneak all the way through the gate over here, the vampire that is skulking on the ground is not gonna attack you. He's not gonna pop out. He's not gonna disturb you whatsoever, because if you're gonna start running, the opposite is going to happen. You're going to have to fight a very difficult type of vampire, but basically going to have to fight an adult Kain vampire, and he's not going to chase you, but he's just going to be an annoyance, so... It's more of an insurance policy than anything else. Over here, pretty simple deal. Push the flaming urns onto the wooden supports. That lowers the other sections down over here. And now we basically have to move these flaming, I'm gonna call them flaming urns, for the lack of a better word right now. And to push them into the corners to make a further progress. I'm still being a little bit bothered by the fact that I just didn't notice previously on that video when we were in the Raziel realm that I just didn't notice that I didn't cut the one specific part in which I thought that I got hurt, but I wasn't. I simply feel bad for that. It's an editorial error, yes. All right, we got a cutscene over here, so I'm not gonna talk about that right now, but we're gonna speak about that maybe a little bit later. Just gonna add maybe a sentence and that's it.
Show yourself, creature.
Do you not recognize me, brother? Am I so changed?
Melchiah?
Yes, brother. You should have stayed where the Master sent you, Raziel. You will find Nosgoth less pleasant than you remember.
What has become of my clan? Answer me, little brother, or I will beat an answer from your horrid lips.
Everyone is afraid, sibling. You awake to a world of fear. These times of change are so unsettling. Do you think I feel no revulsion for this form? Do you believe for a moment that our Lord would risk his empire upon an upstart inheritance?
Enough riddles. What are you saying?
You are the last to die.
Alright, first boss fight with the Melchiah. Right off the bat, I'm gonna say that every single boss fight in this game is gonna be environmental boss fight. %99% of the boss fights in this game, they are not gonna be able to get hurt by the regular weapon. And I throw a melee weapon at this guy so he could start chasing me. Melchiah can actually bug out on you, and basically he can just get into the corner of the room and not chase you anymore. This is why I throw a weapon at him, so he can be like, oh, something happened, super duper, and he starts chasing you again. Drop the 2 spiked doors on his body. When you see this cutscene, that means you are perfectly allowed to jump in the middle of the room, right over here. Now wait for him to pace through the gate. Use the long jump to basically escape. At this point, Melchiah cannot do a damn thing. He is too weak to go through the wall one more time. And that basically summarizes the first boss fight of the game.
Where can I find Kain?
The Master is beyond your reach, Raziel. He makes himself known when he sees fit, not when commanded. You have done well, Raziel.
Am I reduced to this? A ghoul? A fratricide?
Elevated, Raziel, not reduced. Consuming Melchiah's soul has endowed you with a new gift. Insubstantial barriers such as these are no impediment to you in the spectral realm. Will yourself to pass through, and you shall.
TLDR, the ability of going through walls while while you're in Spectre Realm. Also, another tip. Stay in the Spectre Realm until you basically get out, like right in front of the gate, pretty much. Because otherwise you risk yourself actually getting hurt in the cutscene as you're gonna try to exit the Melchiah's place, the boss area, if you will.
Return to the sanctuary of the clans, Raziel. Melchiah's soul has endowed you with the means to gain entry. Beware, however. This hollow derelict is abandoned, but not uninhabited. These artifacts enhance your stamina, enabling you to prolong your material manifestation. Gather 5 to complete the emblem, and thereby augment your strength.
Yes, the health cheese. Because they kind of look like cheese, and when you combine them all together, they kind of look like a whole wheel of cheese or pizza. There are a total of 15 of those, and I already have decided to collect one of them from here because it's just underway. Why the heck not? And now for the first glyph, a mandatory glyph of the playthrough. We're going now for the fourth glyph. And yes, when it comes to getting the glyphs, hi Megamind. When we're going for the glyphs, basically you have to figure it out on your own. There's not really a lot of, when it comes to the tips for every single glyph in the game. You kind of have to figure out, try all the things on by yourself. In this case, it's just moving all the 3 pillars to the middle of the room. You could kind of say the same thing about boss fights. They're not very intuitive. But you basically have to try, you have to learn, you have to figure out. That's how it always worked.
Once acquired, these glyphs empower you with elemental lore. Each spell exacts a sacrifice of energy, however. Use them sparingly and wisely.
Yes, glyphs using this thing called Eldritch Energy. Each glyph has its own cost of Eldritch Energy. The more glyphs you're gonna collect, the more of the Eldritch Energy you're gonna have. There are also upgrades for just the amount of Eldritch Energy in the game, and we're gonna get those as well as per 100% requirement, of course. But yeah, when it comes to this game, I can understand why people would consider fighting those solutions for the puzzles and like glyphs and whatnot to be an annoying part, because there's not really much when it comes to telling you what you actually need to do. But then on the other hand, it feels so much rewarding when you actually find out what you need to do. Alright, I believe that we're actually coming to the end of this peculiar segment. The next segment is gonna take us... If I recall correctly, the next segment is gonna take me towards our first encounter with Kain. Yep, there we go. Saving the game, because that's the segment. I'm using saves throughout this entire playthrough. It's a segmented playthrough after all. I will be definitely attempting to do a any percent no-hit run in a single segment, as well as I'm gonna try my best to try out a 100% playthrough in the single segment. I consider that to be pretty difficult. To be honest, don't do what I just did. Yeah, enemies in this game can actually fight each other if one is gonna hit another. But don't do what I just did over here. Just go right for the gate. Now, we're gonna see if I manage to get an exploit. Not really an exploit. Just a neat little strategy. And I think I can already see that I didn't. The exploit over here is that, well, exploit, the strategy is if you have two of those Dumahim vampires, basically, one is on the left corner, one's on the right corner. What will basically happen is that they're both gonna get pushed into the water simultaneously. Sadly, one of these guys have decided not to do that, but thankfully, we are good enough to just attack them. I really hope that this segment is the one in which I didn't get hit by the Kain, because I remember getting during attempts of this run, I definitely got hit by the Kain. And I hope I didn't mess it up. I hope I didn't mess up the recording again. Because if I did, I'm gonna be mad at myself. Well, only one way to figure it out. Cutscene time.
Raziel.
Kain,
The Abyss has been unkind.
I am your creation, Kain. Now, as before, you criticize your own work. What have you done with my clan, degenerate? You have no right.
What I have made, I can also destroy, child.
Damn you, Kain! You are not God! This act of genocide is unconscionable!
Conscience? You dare to speak to me of conscience? Only when you have felt the full gravity of choice should you dare question my judgment. Your life's span is a flicker compared to the mass of doubt and regret that I have borne since Mortanius first turned me from the light. To know that the fate of the world hangs dependent on the advisedness of my every deed. Can you even begin to conceive what action you would take in my position?
I would choose integrity, Kain.
Look around you, Raziel. See what has become of our empire. Witness the end of an age. The clans scattered to the corners of Nosgoth. This place has outlasted its usefulness. As have you.
The Soul Reaver, Kain's ancient blade, older than any of us and 1,000 times more deadly. The legends claimed that the blade was possessed and thrived by devouring the souls of its victims. For all our bravado, we knew what it meant when Kain drew the Soul Reaver in anger. It meant you were dead.
All right, the fights. To quickly explain the fight, Kain spawns at 3 locations. Oh, there we go. First try. The Kain spawns at 3 locations. At the door and at the corners of the throne on the middle of the room. And his spawn point is dependent on where you stand. Whenever you stand, Kain spawns at the opposite corner.
And we are a step closer to our destiny.
So if you're standing in front of the throne, he's gonna spawn at the gate. If you're gonna go on the left side of the pillars, he's gonna be on the right side. And if you're gonna be on the right, he's gonna be on the left.
I swore I saw a glint of satisfaction in Kain's eye when the Soul Reaver was destroyed. I did not understand the game that Kain was playing, but I knew the finishing move.
From this moment and ever afterward, you and this blade are inextricably bound. Soul Reaver and Reaver of Souls, your destinies are intertwined. By destroying the sword, you have liberated it from its corporeal prison and restored it to its true form, a wraith blade, its energy unbound. No longer a physical blade, it can only manifest itself in the material realm when your strength is fully restored. Once manifest, it will sustain you.
What are you, little soul? Another of Kain's creatures come to taunt this bound spectre.
Oh, hi, Skylar.
I did not intend to disturb your rest.
Rest. A body is needed for sleep. Flesh and bones are required to recline. No, child. All I may do is watch and remember, ceaselessly conscious as this wretched world's history unfurls. Ghastly past, insufferable future, are they one and the same? Am I always here?
How have you come to haunt these pillars?
Kain refused the sacrifice. The pillar of balance, corrupted to its core, stands as a monument to his blind ambition. Now these pillars serve only to bind me here, my prison and eternal home, thanks to the avarice of your master, Kain.
That bastard can claim no allegiance from me.
Then we share a common foe, Raziel. Return here when you have need. Ariel remembers what others have forgotten.
So yeah, that's Ariel, and she's being voiced by Anne Gunn, which is also the same actress that acted as Skylar in the Breaking Bad series.
May you find peace here, Raziel.
You don't understand, Skylar. I am the Reaver. It's a little joke. Don't crucify me. Or do. I've grown to know that whatever you're gonna do on the internet, you're kind of gonna get crucified regardless. But anyway. That was the first encounter with Kain. And now we are moving on. I believe that this segment of the game does not end until we're gonna find a new gate for the new zone.
Your brother Zephon's keep lies far to the east, beyond the ruins that greeted your first exit from the underworld. He and his brood have cocooned themselves in a derelict cathedral, having murdered its human guardians.
Yes, the derelict Silence Cathedral, which I call a reset cathedral. And it is, I think, the very apt name for that location. because the amount of attempts that I have made throughout the entire Silence Cathedral was quite bonkers, actually. Ah, right. I remember now. Before I decided to go for the Zephon's territory, I have decided to do something that turned out to be very, very helpful. I decided to go for the first Eldritch Energy upgrade, which can be found at Melchiah's territory. We're gonna return to this territory, I think, at least one more time. The purple, the orange, the pink
With
clouds.
this artifact, your glyph energy capacity is increased.
It's pretty much self-explanatory. The little blue dark deltoids are the increases of energy, while the little pink roundish clouds are basically the energy that you can pick up. So we can have more of it. And with this, we should have 8 Eldritch Energy, which should be more than enough to be able to survive through the silence, through the reset Cathedral. I decided to go through the underworld because I think it was the best way to go through. And if I recall correctly, this was where I changed my mind like 2 or 3 times on where to go, because I got to be so confused. I forgot that if you found the fountain, it is the right way to go. So I basically moved all the way back, which in the end, it actually turned me back to where the Elder God is. Or for the fans of the series, I believe he is also called the Ancient Parasite. For why is he called an Ancient Parasite, I'm not going to delve into that because that will pretty much be spoilers for the future games. Anyway, when it comes to the error before, the non-commentary version of this 100% playthrough is gonna sadly also include the error in editing. But you can guys basically click on that video and see that I didn't get hit at all. I just freaking panicked over here, probably unnecessarily too. It's an amateur mistake that I should know this, but I'm gonna keep it in because not because I'm lazy. I simply want to have some kind of an error, something to remind me that I should check the clips in videos better before trying to like compile them all together and edit. So yeah, there we go, Silence Cathedral. And the first thing that we're gonna do is we're gonna go for the gate, basically discover the gate. And the next segment is gonna be pretty darn long, because this area is relentless. And there we go, humans are just praying to us. This is exactly what I planned. This later section of the game is gonna be an easy thing, basically a very easy thing to do. There we go. That finishes this segment. And now continuation from another segment. I restarted this area a platitude of times. And it was really annoying because regardless if it's fledgling of the Zephon or not, those enemies are very dangerous. As we could see already, or rather maybe here, they already have tried to attack me through the wall. Zephonims have 3 attacks: lunge attack, swipe attack, and the bite attack. The attack that gives you the biggest opportunity to attack yourself is the lunge attack. It's exactly this one. And the first actual usage of the force glyph right here, run towards the wall, jump above the first Zephonim fledgling, stick to the wall, cast the force glyph, and then jump up. Because otherwise you're gonna have yourself in a situation in which basically jumping up may cause you actually take damage, because the Zephonim that's right at the ledge is just waiting for you to get up. So the iframes are gonna be finished, and you're basically gonna get automatically hit. Another interesting thing about using glyphs in this game, when you use glyphs, you have iframes, which we're gonna see in this playthrough actually saved my butt a few times throughout the playthrough. Yes, pick up this weapon. Picking up of this weapon is pretty much mandatory, I would say, for what we're gonna plan to do later. So there are some enemies in this area that you can kill and just absorb their souls so you can get your weapon back. Like, for example, this enemy, it is a guarantee that he's not gonna spawn. In the specific rooms in this game, enemies are going to constantly spawn. Unless we're gonna use a trick that I'm gonna explain in a bit.
To mankind's defiance of Kain's empire, this towering cathedral now stood derelict. The humans who worshipped here, dead for centuries. Its architects conceived this tower as a holy weapon against the vampire menace, a colossal instrument of brass and stone. The cathedral's pipes, once tuned to blast a deadly hymn, now stood silent, and these vacant spaces whistled their impotence.
Right, so the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna go to the right, stand very close to this line that you see on the right side of his legs, rotate yourself 180 degrees and throw the weapon. Try to throw the weapon up. The aiming system in this game is not really the greatest, because when you aim, the weapon's supposed to be kind of transparent, but even with the transparency of the weapon, you don't really see that well when you are throwing your weapon. So it is pretty much counterintuitive to the entire throwing mechanism. There's, of course, the automatic throwing mechanism, in which you basically just tap triangle or whatever is on Xbox. I actually don't play this. Don't play this on Xbox. I'm playing this on with the PlayStation 5 controller. Then you just tap the triangle button or whatever is responsible for just throwing an item on Xbox controller, and you're just good to go. At the moment you're gonna almost hit the corner over here, sneak. And the moment the game is gonna allow you to enter the combat, go very close to the gate, and then you just stab the enemy. Now, the thing is, when it comes to this specific room, you leave the weapon inside of your enemy. Yeah, the very first usage of the force glyph over here. It was actually a very, very good, very convenient positioning of the enemy, of the second of the adult Zephonim. Because we just pushed him and he got impaled by the spike. Now, the reason why I have decided to leave the weapon at that Zephonim fledgling that we have stabbed through the wall is because in certain rooms, this is one of the rooms in the Silence Cathedral, in which enemies are gonna spawn continuously. But if you're gonna keep the weapon in the body and you're not gonna absorb the soul, there's not gonna be any new spawns. That is actually a strat that I have learned from one of the devs of the Legacy of Kain Remastered from Reaver of Gemini, a person that's responsible for all the patches for the original Resident Evil games to make them in a functional state. Actually, shout out to Rebirth Gemini for doing one hell of a good job with the Soul Reaver Remaster, as well as doing one hell of a good job with bringing the classic Resident Evil games to the modern systems. And yes, Zephon's area is gonna have a bunch of box moving puzzles like this. Some of them are gonna be symbols, some of them are gonna be sorting the pipes. Yeah, and don't pull out the weapon from that enemy. If you're gonna pull up the weapon, you're not gonna have enough time to basically throw the weapon through the crates, because through the barrier. Because you can't, if you stand very close to the barrier, you can't throw weapons, you can't throw projectiles through that, and those projectiles are simply gonna go through, and everything's gonna work. And I consider kills like this to be a little bit of a glitch kill. Because normally if you stand far behind enough, the weapons are not gonna go through the wall. Right, in this room, use another force glyph, avoid the enemy, go on the ledge, activate the thing. Now wait for both of the enemies to approach you right next to the ledge, so we can have an easier time avoid them. And as we could see just a moment ago, that was one of those instances when iframes have actually saved me from taking damage. Like I said, when you cast a glyph, you take no damage whatsoever. This game can be very, very charitable when it comes to iframes, but it also can screw you over really, really, really badly when it comes to certain hitboxes. Or certain enemy types, like for example Zephon, they can be absolutely relentless when they are attacking. The bite attack is alright when it comes to like hit detection, but the swipe attack, it has probably the most obnoxious hitboxes that I have seen in this game. They're really nasty. They're really, really nasty. Also, the fact that there's definitely a significant instance of some lingering hitboxes is also not really the greatest. Right, if I recall correctly, I tried to pick up this Eldritch Energy over here. There we go. Because we have used a little bit of Eldritch Energy as we are moving forward. Now, the enemy that I'm passing through, that's Vampire Zealots. The most dangerous enemy from the Vampire Zealots are the ones that are throwing knives. But killing them can actually bring a profit of a huge amount of Eldritch Energy, which it actually managed to happen over here. But for that to happen, it needs to be basically the RNG. And there we go. Like I said, the example of me standing right next to the gate, right next to the barrier, and still being perfectly able to throw a weapon. If I would do that from any sort of distance, the weapon will basically get stuck at the gate. I consider that to be a glitch. But as I stated before, or at least I believe I stated it before, I'm not using major glitches. I'm not using major glitches throughout this entire run. Now it seems like I've decided to go for... Yeah, I tried to grab the weapon, but the game decided to just annoy me with not being able to pick up the weapon. I also noticed that how in the heck I did not manage to get hit. That is basically a miracle over here. That was like so lucky. That was really, really, really lucky. Oh yes, also, something that I should mention before. Now that we have a Soul Reaver, it is the best indicator of when we actually got hit. What have happened before, I would say that's a basically pretty incredibly lucky case of iframes. I don't know how to explain it. I didn't get hit, so I basically moved on with the game. But I paused the game because I thought, yeah, I got hit. I'm gonna have to restart. So yes, incredibly, incredibly lucky. And again, if you don't pull out the weapons out of the enemy is not gonna spawn back. If you're not gonna, if you're not gonna pull up the weapon and you're not gonna absorb the soul, then the enemy is not gonna pull up. We still have to be pretty careful as we are being over here, because one misclick can actually pick up the weapon from the dead body and gives us quite a bit of not very pleasant surprise. I allowed myself to pick up a weapon over here because not only we need to bring a melee weapon with us, Also, we had enough distance between the resurrecting enemy and ourselves to basically perform that. Yep, I performed another kill on a human enemy in hopes to get more Eldritch energy, because we have definitely spammed it quite a bit throughout the last room. Now, there are two types of human Zealot enemies, one with the knife and one with the two-handed weapon. The Zealots with the two-handed weapons are weaker, and you can simply throw any weapons at them for them to die. And naturally, I killed these two over here because I was hoping for an Eldritch energy, to basically get the Eldritch energy. Here, the same case, again, go very close to the barrier. Go very close to the barrier, throw the weapon through, and that gives you pretty much a free kill. Another force push. I was trying my damnness to pull out the weapon again. Of course, with a random efficiency. Very lucky time again in which I did not get pushed. I believe what I tried to do over here is simply throw a melee weapon at him. And yeah, there we go. That actually worked out. But yeah, majority of the times when it comes to the Zephon and vampires, you kind of have to... well, you kind of have to basically rely on your own skill rather than strategies. It is what it is. And again, keep the weapon inside of the bodies to prevent the spawns. Alright, there we go. Another room with the boxes. Puzzle solved. And again, I'm picking up the weapon because I know I'm gonna need it. The safer way is to basically pick up the weapon that is on the wall instead of doing what I do. I can do it because I know that I have enough distance between me and the enemy and the way I need to exit, so I can risk that. But if you want to go for like full safety, just pick up a new weapon. Now, next stage is the bell. The bell that needs to shatter a glass wall to our right. One little what I would consider to be a bug when it comes to the audio for this specific thing is, as we could just hear, suddenly the bell sound just disappears instead of just getting more and more mute. I'm playing this game, it is a release version of Legacy of Kain Remaster. Yes, and also throw the weapon over there. Throw the weapon over there because we are definitely going to need it. For something very, very sneaky, if I could say so myself. Going to Spectre Realm prevents this pillar that just moved to move back to its original position. As you came back to the Material Realm, you basically kind of have to ignore the humans over here, I believe. I believe I ignored them. I believe that I have not fought them at all. Or never mind, I actually did. Right, because these guys are wielding two-handed weapons. So what I basically have decided to do is just strike them down, because just gain a little bit of distance, strike them down because they are weak like that. Unless it's the knife enemy. Knife enemy is actually stronger, and yeah, I tried to throw a weapon at that human zealot, but the game decided to be like, let's aim a mile away to the right. Now, if you're gonna go through this door, don't make any moves. Just aim down the sight at the giant vampire and then sneak around for the second weapon. Throw the second weapon at the other vampire. Let them stay like this. Don't pick up their souls. I believe I was trying to figure out if I need that weapon for this room or not. Yep, this dog just slew us. There's no need to fight them unless it's absolutely necessary. This room is actually pretty small, so if the Sluas would decide to basically ambush you, you have no other choice but to really fight them. But because the Reaver doesn't disappear when you get hit in a Spectral Realm, therefore you have a little bit more leniency. Also, one thing that I should mention about the Soul Reaver is that it is technically the strongest weapon in the game, as long as you can keep it and as long as you know how to properly use it. Again, the same thing. When it comes to the puzzles, move the boxes, match the symbols. We are doing this peculiar puzzle mostly because it is necessary for us to get another health cheese or health pizza piece. Pick your evil at this point. I think I'm gonna start just calling them health upgrades. But yeah, just a quick reminder that a full non-commentary playthrough without any cuts and shorts is available to everybody. The link is gonna be in the description below. I still feel a little bit silly and stupid that I did not notice that Brazilian part. And I hope that the commentary part is gonna have to have the full file. I'm gonna check it later. Because if not, I'm simply gonna re-record this entire thing, which I hope it's not really gonna happen, but I don't really mind recording this thing. I actually quite enjoy recording a commentary for this. But I also might need to try to do this offline. Yet again, this is my first time when I record a commentary for such playthrough ever. I never really tried to do that. I can only hope that everybody who's gonna watch this is basically gonna enjoy it, regardless of the mistakes or mistake that I have made. And there we go. Health upgrade right in our grasp. That's number 3. And yes, I'm picking up the melee weapon because melee weapons in the Zephon section are pretty much a value of gold. I'm sitting around here intentionally because I thought that I'm gonna get human zealots behind the corner. Sometimes they spawn back, sometimes they doesn't. Being careful never hurts in this game. And because it's a knife guy, he managed to withstand the power of a throw. Unless you're gonna throw a vase on them like this, then they just die immediately. I called it the yeet strat. Yes, I'm using the very, very old meme in hopes of being funny on the internet. I'm not old. Not at all. I'm just 35. Yep, jump over here, just jump above the enemies. They're not gonna hurt you. I turned back over there because there's essentially nothing over there. There's no, like, there's basically nothing over there that would be of any interest to us at all. Again, staying right in the barrier and just throwing the weapon through. Now, a pretty cheeky thing that you can do over here, just climb on top of the edge, on top of the ledge over here, and just keep on running. That way, the resurrected adult vampire is not gonna have any possibility on Earth, as far as I know, to basically attack you. And yeah, this is one of the more noisier puzzles. On the right side, you pick the furthest two. Open the furthest two latches. On the left side, I believe. It is the two latches that are down below, and I do remember that I made a mistake. The vampire zealots are still gonna try to throw weapons at you, but you are pretty much very well protected. because right in front of them there is a wall. So they really cannot really strike you down. And they get scared. And that was actually pretty close too. But I'm happy that I managed to actually avoid it, because I would get super... I think back then I would get really, really annoyed if I would get hit by that. Yes, now for more or less annoying part is that the return to the Spectral Realm is all the way in the back. And now we have to go all the way in the back again, just so we can use the other 2 levers, buttons, so we can make progression, so we can make a further progression into the game. You don't necessarily have to push those pipes down below, but there's a Steam achievement for that. If you're gonna push all the pipes, you're gonna get that achievement. And now, don't move too far. Like, just stand over here. There's a good reason for that. Because what is going on right now is that if you're gonna go further, right to your left over here, you're gonna have an enemy. The moment the cutscene is gonna change, the enemy is gonna immediately attack you, which is gonna pretty much gonna get a hit. Something that you don't really want. The other strategy when it comes to this room is if you go higher than the enemy, and you're just gonna wait patiently a little bit. For some magical reason, the enemies are just losing their attention on you, which allows you to just throw a weapon at them. But if there's something worth pointing out, a mistake that I have made over here, do as I said and not as you see case. Pretty much don't absorb the soul. There is a melee weapon somewhere in this area that you can pick up, and you can basically repeat the same strategy with the second guy over here. Like this. And that pretty much allows you to freely use those 2 levers over here. English, by the way. And then you can basically move forward, make some further progress in the game. The other thing that is worth noticing about this peculiar room is that regardless if you're gonna pull up the weapons or not, the enemies are gonna spawn back. And there we go. That's the weapon that I just mentioned a moment ago. And as we could just hear the little thumb landing on the ground, that's a new enemy spawn. So basically, kill the enemies with a strat, leave the weapons embedded in them, don't do anything else. Fast reaction time. As you get back to the material realm, you need to immediately run in the direction of a valve so you don't get bit by the resurrected adult vampire and the fledgling that's like right next to him. And one thing that I actually want to correct when it comes to resurrected adult vampires are basically a result of a ray from the spectral realm coming back into its physical body. I should actually say that before instead of saying some kind of weird, odd stuff. But then again, it's not the first time when I'm gonna say a weird, odd stuff that might not really make sense. But this is why I have you guys to correct me if I'm saying something ridiculous. Now, the strategy for this room pretty much identical to what I said before. Wait for them to not see you, throw the weapon at them, unless you are this guy. And you like walls. Then you just do something like this. And as far as I know, if you and enemy are on the same level, this vampire is not gonna go peaceful because he always gonna see you. So he's not gonna basically lose concentration, lose attention. But also considering the fact that he's like stuck up there, as long as he's not gonna fall down, you're not gonna get hurt. You're not gonna be in danger. But the moment you're gonna basically go from room to room, sadly he's gonna be in this room and you're gonna have to try to avoid him. Move the box. Another lever. Lever? Not the lever. Another valve. I think it's safe to call those things valves. Even though they don't really look like that, they kind of have the same function. Move the box over there because we're gonna need that box to return. Jump through the enemy. Actually, there are two enemies over here. Just be very, very careful. Now another cutscene over here. Bank all the way to the right. Try to avoid enemies. The least enemies you're gonna fight, the better for you. There's not really any good strategy for this specific room besides just trying to avoid an enemy, jumping onto the pipes, and simply moving on. There's not really any other worse or better strategy for this. I got a little confused over there, but to be quite honest, my heart was already racing a little bit because this was my best attempt of this entire zone. Made a quick look up over here to make sure that no enemy is gonna, it's not gonna basically ruin my attempt. I also believe that as of this point, I don't even really gonna need a melee weapon for the rest of the Zephon's territory, the Silence Cathedral, or as I call it, the Reset Cathedral. And there we go. Pretty much the hardest part of the entire Zephon area is done. The Silence Cathedral which I decided to make it a whole segment, is pretty much complete. The next segment, if I recall correctly, I decided to make it an entire boss fight and some progression further. We're gonna see which one this is. Yeah, it actually took me a few attempts to kill this boss fight. But yeah, this is a segmented playthrough of save states pretty much. But I simply refuse to go back to from every single time I save the game. The same mechanic is a little bit odd, and I simply refuse to simply go back to the main menu and quit out. I don't really want to do that. I don't really like doing that. Unless I'm gonna get hit, then I'm gonna have to reset the entire segment. And Ridley Scott is gonna sue somebody for that one.
The prodigal son. There is no returning for you, Raziel.
Zephon, your visage becomes you. It's an appropriate reflection of your soul.
And you are not his handsome Raziel anymore. His precious firstborn son turned betrayer. You have missed so many changes, little Raziel. Look around you. See how the human's weapon of destruction has become my home. Indeed, my body. A cocoon of brick and granite from which to watch a pupating world.
A crevice in which to cower, only scuttling from the shadows to devour a victim already ensnared in your cowardly trap. But you've made the mistake of leaving me unbound, and it is you who must succumb to my will.
Will, instinct, reflex action. The insect mind finds little difference. I warn you, brother. As my stature has grown, so it is matched by my appetite. Step forward, morsel.
So, fight with Zephon. It's all about timing and distance. If you're gonna strike one of his tentacles, that's gonna make him hatch an egg. You grab the egg, you put it on fire, that is like right behind you. You throw the egg back at Zephon. You basically need to measure your distance because his bite attack have actually quite a bit of range. But if you're gonna time everything correctly, you can pretty much do this run without major issues. It's all about timing and your own positioning. And there we go. 3 flaming eggs, throw it at Zephon, and he's defeated. I believe I even managed to get an achievement for this run during this attempt, in which if you kill every single of his spiky tentacles, you get a Steam achievement. That's basically all there is to it.
Consuming Zephon's apostate soul has bestowed on you a new gift. Like his vampire spawn, you're able to scale certain walls which are otherwise impassable, but only in the physical realm. In the spirit world, these insubstantial edifices will not support you.
TLDR, wall climbing on specific walls only in material realm. Which is gonna be a pretty handy ability.
The pillars, Nosgoth's cataclysms have exposed an ancient crime. Endowed with Zephon's soul, you may now progress where your path was hitherto impeded.
Yes, indeed. Right, now I believe the rest of this specific segment, because this entire segment includes basically fighting Zephon up until I'm gonna discover a new gate, for which I believe we are going for that right now. Which for this point on is just, it's actually a very good segment, because it takes you all the way from the top of, you know, boss fighting, all the way from the top of the boss fight, from all the adrenaline. It basically slowly drops it down, it calms you down. And then again, it depends on the person. I actually I know that I can get a little bit panicky. I can panic a little bit during certain situations, which panic is not a good way to basically do things, because when the panic kicks in, mistakes are gonna happen. And I know, because I'm pretty much a very anxious person. I have anxiety problems. But that is besides the point. That is absolutely besides the point. What matters is the boss fight is done, and we can move on. Yes, I also believe that I have decided to get an energy refresh. Oh, hi, Skylar.
May you find peace here, Raziel.
I'm Ariel White, yo. Yeah, well, we were doing some training, some learning for this peculiar run. We were making a little bit of jokes. We were trying to like combine the Breaking Bad universe with the Legacy of Kain universe a little bit, and it was actually pretty funny. We had a little bit of fun with that. I'm Ariel White, yo. Wife of the Raptor White, yo. Uh-huh.
The ancient tomb of the Sarapan, once impenetrably sealed, now ravaged by Nosgoth's upheavals, its mysteries lay exposed. In the time of Vorador, centuries before Kain was made, the Sarapan warrior priests waged a merciless war against the vampire tribes of Nosgoth. Emboldened by righteousness, they committed unspeakable and indiscriminate acts of violence, massacring fledglings and ancients alike. They decimated entire bloodlines in mere decades. Now their husks lay here, murderers enshrined.
Yes, this is the Sarapan catacomb. A Sarapan catacomb which actually has what I would call it a mini boss fight. Something that essentially have replaced Turel. Because the plan for the game was to get Turel but never come into fruition. And there we go. Resuming the game. Another segment. Unfortunately, this segment starts from the Spectral Realm because there's no way to get to the Material Realm from the gate itself. We would go to the Spectral Realm regardless, like right over here.
Take heed, Raziel. A forgotten history lies within. Know thyself, though it may destroy you.
Get back to the material. Ignore the enemies. Just move on. There's no need to fight over here. Jumping can actually help you a lot when it comes to dodging the enemies instead of just running. If you're gonna just run, enemies kind of have a full opportunity to attack you.
Free, a sigh of sepulchral air escaped the inner chamber. I was not prepared for what lay beyond this threshold. These crypts, defiled caskets of Seraphim saints, bearing my brothers' names and my own. The irony of Cain's blasphemous act rushed in on me with the crushing force of revelation. Were my hands not as bloody as these? Worse, I had spilled the blood of my brothers, these very comrades whose tombs lay ravaged before me.
Yes, Raziel, you were Sarapan, born of the same force that all but destroyed your race. Before the dawn of the Empire, you were chosen. Kain, Nosgoth's solitary self-declared monarch, plundered this tomb and raised you from these crypts. Breathing his vampiric gift into your defiled corpses, he resurrected you as his favored sons.
Epic shock. Razi was a Sarapan. But the Kain decided to turn him and all of his brothers into vampires. Ah yes, the Tomb Guardian or Moloch. I'd rather call them Moloch. I'll say I prefer that name.
Heretic, you shall not pass.
Such loyalty to one who has you guarding this outpost like a chained dog. Do you prosper on the scraps he casts you?
Your insults will do nothing to blunt the agonies of your demise.
Cain killed me once. Behold the result. I have no more to fear from you.
Okay, the quick strat for this place. Dodge him, spitting. Use the force glyph against him. Again, when you use the force, when you use any glyph, you have iframes, so you don't take any damage. So Reaver still being intact in our body proves that.
This relic has infused you with the power to compress and manipulate space. As your symbiotic weapon, the Soul Reaver is also thus enhanced. You may focus and project an orb of kinetic energy to strike objects that are otherwise beyond your reach.
And now we have kinetic projectiles upgrades, which changes this game into a third-person shooter. Yeah, and I almost made the mistake of actually stepping into that water. If you step right now for the current pace of the game, if you step into the water, into material realm, you're gonna take damage. It is basically counts as damage. So I'm really happy that I managed to like wake up and not take damage. Basically change to the spectral realm. You would have to go to the spectral realm regardless, But the thing is, before that you would still take damage in the material realm. It still lowers your health, so I decided to simply play fair. Even at the beginning of the game, you guys probably could notice that I tried to avoid sunbeams, unless I was 100% sure that I'm not going to take damage. The sun in this game does not deal damage to you directly. It doesn't even deal an increased amount of damage. It is basically there as an environmental help for you to deal with the enemies. And now, yeah, this is how you can use the projectile on the Soul Reaver. Just straight up snipe the wraiths. And now very carefully, don't go too far. The moment you're gonna notice that the portal to the material realm turns into a spiral, then go in, because as you stand over here, as long as you're not gonna pop out, the two Terrariums that are on the left and the right side, they're not gonna attack you. Because if you're gonna try to peek out, they immediately gonna swipe you down and they're gonna attack you. There goes the Wraith number 1. Wraith number 2. Approach the barrier. Just snipe him down, because if you approach the barrier and you try to shoot projectile from the Reaver, that projectile is gonna just fly through. I consider that to be a glitch, but not really that of a harmful of a glitch, if I could say so myself. I know there are plenty of glitches and bugs in this game that could be basically abused. I'd rather not do that. I simply don't want to abuse too many of them. Which I believe that also considers it that this one is just not using any major glitches. And there we go. The Rahab's territory gate. Which I believe this is gonna mark an end for another segment of this run. And according from what I see over here, we are kinda already, well, almost 50% into the game. At least when it comes to the run itself. We still got plenty of time in when it comes to this run, so there's still gonna be a little bit to talk about. And there we go. I believe I had to restart the Rahab's territory once or twice. It is not really that problematic of an area to do. It is really not that problematic. But there can be some things that might happen that are truly, truly, truly annoying. They might, they don't have to. I'm gonna explain in a moment.
Once a sanctuary against the vampire menace, this abbey has been drowned by the deluge spilling from this wounded land. Your brother Rahab and his brood, devastated even by the feeble rays of Nosgoth's sun, overcame their vulnerability to water and retreated from the surface. Now they haunt these ruins and glide in the darkness of its stagnant depths.
As we could see, we took a dip in the water, but the Soul Reaver did not disappear. What does it mean? We didn't take damage, which allows me to continue on. Now from this ledge, shoot one projectile at the Rahabim. Rahabim vampires have pretty much a little bit of a jump attack and a projectile attack. To deal with the projectile attack, you basically you fire your own projectile attack against them. Yet, warning, lots of times there's a situation in which their projectile attack is just gonna go through the hitboxes of our projectile attack, which is gonna make us more vulnerable to their attacks. This is why I highly recommend having a torch, having a weapon, and then throwing it first at the first enemy. Because for some reason the hitboxes of throwing weapons are just a little bit larger than the hitboxes of the Reaver projectile. Even though the Reaver projectile in itself has a pretty large hitbox, but for some reason when it comes to the Rahab's enemies, it tends to be quite the opposite. Basically, both of the projectiles are gonna come through each other, and you're gonna get hit, and enemies also gonna get hit. So yes, in this section, melee weapons again are your friend, or one of your best friends, in a matter of fact. I can see enemy over there. Careful aiming. Throw it at the enemy. And enemies out of the way. When it comes to Rahab's territory, the throw a weapon at the enemy and don't absorb their soul strategy works for majority of the time. Later we're gonna have to go through this area one more time, or even two more times actually. And to be quite fair and honest, there are some enemies that just spawn back. The weapons are gonna lie on the ground and they're gonna spawn back regardless. But we're gonna deal with it as we dealt with everything else. Spectre Realm over here to avoid taking damage from water, regardless of the fact that it is a mandatory area that we need to progress through and probably take some damage. Yeah, I realized that I went in the wrong direction here, so basically quick run in all the way. Series of jumps over here. If you're gonna be careful, you're gonna be able to just jump through that, no problem. But it is, honestly, it is not as bad as the series of jumps that you got over here. I have managed to learn those jumps way in the past, and at this point I don't even make any mistakes while I'm performing those jumps. But I remember when I was a kid, those were like the worst types of jumps to ever perform for me for some reason. Moving back to the Spectre Realm, because there's the water over here. Again, avoiding water damage. And welcome to the boss room. And I do remember, during this room, during jumping on this one, for some reason I just was really, really derpy. But I would say I think it was a little bit of nerves were trying to take control over me over here. Yeah, because I made the mistake on this jump, like I think I made like one more mistake while jumping over here. But I'm pretty sure that I managed to very quickly calm myself down and simply move on.
Rahab, you have adapted well to your environment, for one so maladjusted.
Do not mock me, Raziel. You of all of us should respect the power bestowed by a limitation overcome. Kain said you would come.
You speak with the murderer?
You would do well to mind your blasphemous tongue.
What more did he tell you?
That you would destroy me.
I will indeed. But tell me, before I tear your soul from its moorings, do you know what we were before Kain spawned us?
Human.
Sarapan, Rahab, the antithesis of all we ever believed.
Does it matter? We were lost. He saved us.
Saved us? From what?
From ourselves.
Another boss fight, another environmental thing to do. Here, use the projectiles from the Reaver to aim at the glass inside the room. After 4 glasses fired, he's gonna throw his own projectile. Once he jumps into the water himself, he's gonna try to basically perform a bite attack, which pretty much motivates you to move to another pillar. Again, when he performs an attack, just try to observe him. He gives you enough time in between his attacks to be able to use the Reaver projectile to defeat him. And again, he goes into the water. And there we go. Rahab, no damage. I would say that I could do this faster, but I believe that I still did reasonably well, regardless of continuous jumping. But I basically knew that the camera angles were not really cooperating with me at that point, so I decided to basically play it safe.
Infused with Rahab's soul, you have overcome your former vulnerability to water's touch. Immersion in water will no longer dissolve your physical body, enabling you to swim to areas heretofore beyond your reach.
Alright, and now we don't have to worry about taking damage from water, because now we have gained ability to swim. Basically, swimming damage, water damage, not existent anymore. Which is a huge, huge help.
Beyond the maelstrom of the abyss, a subterranean tunnel leads northward to the clan territory of your brother Duma. Endowed with Rahab's soul, you may swim to gain entry, where your progress was previously impeded.
Yes, but even before that, we still got something to do in Rahab's territory. There's a very, very useful item. A very, very useful thing that if we're gonna dodge it or just forget about it, well, obviously it's gonna forfeit the 100% playthrough stipulations. But if for some reason we decide to just totally ignore it, then we are losing on a very, very good weapon. And I decide to take a long way to get to that weapon, to get a specific room in which the weapon is located. In general, exiting from the Rahab's territory take quite a bit of time because you have to go all the way through this. There is a shorter way, but the shorter way is basically not really that short if you're gonna make a mistake while jumping. Yes, thank God that this time the Reaver projectiles have actually managed to block the projectiles coming out of the enemy. Because, dear God, there was a lot of situations throughout this entire playthrough in which, like I said before, my projectiles were not blocking their projectiles, and basically our projectiles were coming through each other. I got hit, enemy got hit, but it doesn't matter. What matters is if I'm gonna get hit.
This elemental forge is tuned to the Soul Reaver's energy. Once baptized in this primordial flame, the blade may be imbued with fire at any future time.
TLDR, now we can fire fire projectiles, which can burn enemies. And if enemy doesn't know we are there, the projectile is gonna permanently kill an enemy. But if we're gonna take dip in the water, the fire Reaver disappears, but we can reignite the Reaver at any campfire in the game at this point. So we can return to its proper form. Yeah, I'm trying to avoid the enemies over here. The chances of enemies actually biting you underwater they are small, very small, but not zero. Like over here, if that enemy would decide to attack, I would probably get bit. Also, I don't remember if it was over here that the bug with the Rahab projectile kind of shown its teeth. In which basically Rahab enemies were just launched like right in front of me. Like, don't get me wrong, this game runs fantastic on the PC, but it definitely got some quirks to it. Definitely got some quirks. And now we are pretty much at the nighttime environment of the game, because the Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver remasters are actually adding transition between day and night. Yeah, there's one enemy that was behind me. He decided to chase me almost all the way to the new gate. Which this new gate over here is another end of a segment. End of another segment. And we are pretty much at the Duma's territory. Which is pretty much relatively easy, I would say. Duma territory is actually pretty easy. Up until you have to deal with the boss fight. Boss fight is... It is pretty tedious thing to encounter. And a thing that I definitely have a word or two to say about. But first we're gonna have to go through the entire territory before I'm gonna think about fighting him.
This city once teemed with the life of my kind. Could it be that other clans had suffered the same fate as mine? In his madness, could Kain spare none of his brood?
It was not Kain, but Duma's own arrogance that brought the downfall of his clan. These are human weapons, Raziel. Believing themselves invincible, Duma and his offspring failed to see an attack coming from the least likely assailants. Complacent in their arrogance, they were taken by surprise, allowing the human vampire hunters to decimate their ranks with little resistance. The few that escaped have been reduced to scavengers.
Tip number 1. After you pace through that gate, just destroy that wraith over there. Destroy the wraith, absorb its soul. Because in that same room, there's gonna be a not resurrected adult Duma vampire. But that got stabbed through with a weapon. You're gonna need that weapon. Back to the material realm. Push that block with the Reaver projectiles. All the way to the wall. I think I even casted the Reaver projectile just a couple more times to be sure. I always do that because I believe in better being safe than sorry. From the same position, another wraith to be killed, and soul to be absorbed. Climbing up on the edge. And then back to the material realm. Which, like I said before, gives us a free weapon that we need to get with us. That we need to bring it with us. Pull this block over here. Jump on top. Make a high, strong jump over here, because otherwise you're not going to be able to reach that place while you're just running forward and jumping. You need to make that strong jump over there. The one thing that I haven't mentioned is I have ever so slightly changed controller mapping. Just ever so slightly changed. I basically changed the button for map and button for crouching. Replace them with each other. And this is the reason why you need a weapon to have with yourself, because as the water is gonna drain, you're gonna have 2 resurrected adult Dumahims, which it will be actually very smart to kill him here, to kill them both here. And now another box moving puzzle, if you will. The objective of this one is actually quite simple. Create a tower of 4 boxes, one on top of each other. So you can basically move to the further sections of the map. And here we go. Making progress to the main gas chamber. Which is actually gonna display something pretty funny. I don't know what this guy was thinking he was doing. He was just standing in front of it being like, huh? Huh? And then he got burned. The entire operation over here pretty much allows us to make a further progression into this territory. But then before moving this block, making another smaller tower this time with the 2 blocks over here and moving them all the way to the left side from the current perspective. Yes, before going to the Spectral Realm, jump on the ledge over here, which in Spectral Realm is gonna get pushed even higher. I think I remember during this attempt I even managed to kind of derp a little bit and fail one of the jumps. Thankfully it was not a severe mistake and I could very easily fix it by simply trying again. And this is also another jump that is actually pretty long, and there can be a chance of you just failing it just because. Yeah, and yeah, I was right. This was the instance in which I have unfortunately failed to make that jump on the first try. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. You basically, as you make a strong jump up, you need to figure out that moment when you reach the absolute peak of height, and then try to glide. Like this. I really like the Ruined City soundtrack. By the way, this entire territory is actually called Ruined City. And if you're gonna have problems with Duma and fighting Duma over here, you're perfectly allowed to call this place a reset city. It kind of even fits, considering how many times I kind of had to repeat this place. I think I repeated a total of 5 times before I actually managed to get you know, basically this entire zone done and complete. And it's mostly because the boss fight just did not want to cooperate. I'm gonna explain why and what in a bit. For now, let's enjoy probably one of the most pointless ways to utilize the spectral material realm mechanics in the game. I don't understand this fragment at all. This could be just done a little bit better. Yeah, don't do the same thing as I did with just releasing the button. Because lots of time, if you're just gonna release the flight button, you're just gonna land in the totally wrong position. Which pretty much gonna force you to, like, you know, backtrack.
My brother, Duma, a powerful warrior in life. He would have burned with shame to have me find him here like a stuck pig.
And yet, here he is. Our next boss fight.
Unbound at last. I thank you, brother.
Your thanks are premature, Duma. I have not forgotten whose hands bore me into the abyss.
The centuries in Limbo have honed my strength. Not even Kain is my equal.
Even the strongest vampire is vulnerable.
We shall test your thesis, Raziel.
My bloodthirst has been superseded by an even darker hunger. I will consume your soul before this day is done.
Okay, right off the bat, if he does this attack, stop for a second, make a jump. If he's gonna make that attack and stun you with it, and you are not gonna have enough distance, he's gonna stun lock you and he's gonna hit you. Now, this is basically, this entire boss fight is a ginormous escort mission in which you need to take Duma from point A to point B without having any indications, while trying to avoid his ground-shaking attack, while also making sure that you are just not gonna lose him. You also need to make sure that you're not gonna go too far, because if you're gonna go too far, he's just gonna evacuate back into his throne room and you're gonna have to escort him all the way from the beginning. And yes, you also fight. You not only fight with not losing the enemy, but also not getting stun locked, not getting hit, but also you fight with the camera angles. This was the one in which I was actually kind of afraid that he's gonna go away, but the thing is, the moment you are in this room, you don't really necessarily have to be afraid of him that much. Once he's in this room and you're gonna perform the valve and a lever operation, you are pretty much good to go. Yeah, this was exactly the moment in which I was severely afraid that he's just gonna exit and get back to his throne room, which would be super annoying to deal with. And here we go. Another boss fight defeated. Probably the most tedious of the boss fights because you have to drag him all the way through. And I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people would also get really annoyed with this fight because there's like no real indication from the game to actually know what to do. It is really tedious boss fight.
Consuming Duma's soul empowers you to wind a constricting band of spectral energy around your enemies. This energy manifests itself in both the spectral and material realms, and in the physical world, it can be employed to manipulate otherwise immovable objects.
Well, yes, indeed, but I do not suggest using constricting against enemies. It sounds fantastic, but it is not really fantastic. It's not really great. You're better off just using constrict ability as a way to solve certain puzzles in the game in certain areas. Now that we have all the major, well, almost every single major boss fight done in the playthrough, if I recall correctly, the plan was to start getting all the upgrades, getting all the glyphs before we're gonna move forward. It is technically the longest segment of the game that I had to actually split in two because I had some kind of a in-game sound glitch and basically to rectify that glitch, I had to make a save, reset the game, and get back into the game. Which now that I think about it, was not really a bad decision to make. Considering going later for the sun glyph, for the lighthouse, as I almost called it the reset house, was actually not a bad idea to do. Yes, circle around the objects. In this location, you have basically 3 areas that you could explore. But we only need to go for the middle one. Now I'm gonna also introduce you guys to an actual bug that is existing in this version of the game. That's these two. If they're in good position, you can just impale double Turelims on the pikes. Again, because we were in the casting animation. Yep, there we go. That's the bug. We have just picked a health piece from in the game, but it didn't count it. The map also shows you all the collectibles that you have managed to collect so far. And due to the bug, the collectible of the health cheese, health pizza, health upgrade just doesn't show up. Why? I have no clue, no idea. It's a bug in the game. at the very end of the run, you guys are gonna know exactly what is the indication of picking up every single health upgrade in the game. I believe I even decided to show it once again over here, just in case. But me, I'm gonna say it right now regardless. If you're gonna pick up every single 15 of the health upgrades, which is pretty much 3 circles, the circles on the bottom left that normally show up when you pause the game are totally disappearing, which is a clear indication of you picking up every single possible upgrade available. That doesn't pass when it comes to the Eldritch upgrades, because Eldritch upgrades are gonna constantly show you your current amount of Eldritch energy. But if I recall correctly, I think I stopped recording this specific segment of the game either in the Underworld. I went either for Underworld or I went directly for Zephon's area. Because Zephon's area has a few upgrades and a glyph.
In the furthermost canyon of Nosgoth's frozen wastes, the hushed silences embrace an ancient enigma. In the bowels of this labyrinth, your master awaits.
Yeah, I think I took a second to actually think where I wanted to go next. What would be the most optimal path? And yeah, there we go. Another segment done. Right, so for the next segment, we're gonna get 2 glyphs and a few health upgrades and a few of the Eldritch upgrades too. I think throughout this segment, we're only gonna get 1. But to get through it, we need to go through a starter part of the reset Cathedral. If you prefer for me to be more lore accurate, it's a Silence Cathedral. Yeah, don't do the thing like this. It's a good thing that I have managed to release Raziel from the edge of the wall, because if I would decide to simply push my character forward, I would get bit, and that would be a reset. Bit or attack, irrelevant. Damage is damage. And if it's a damage caused by the enemy, that's a reset. The one thing that I can definitely say that is sort of negative about the transitioning from day to night is that the night environments are not really great. To say the least, the visibility is very, very limited when it comes to outside. Very, very limited. And I also believe that as good as it can look, in the matter of fact, I would say that this game does not even require day-to-night transitions. I know they tried to like implement it because it's a fun thing to add. but it's just too dark. It's just too dark. And for the game that can take you, if you're not gonna make any mistakes, like if the game's gonna take you 4.5 hours to beat, if you don't use any major glitches, I don't think that transition is not really that necessary. But then again, it's just my own thought. I know that for a fact that some people are gonna enjoy it. I don't. Yeah, this jump over here is kind of wonky. You have to try until both of the legs are gonna just stick together on the upper ledge. Which with tilted floor, it makes it actually a little bit annoying. But yeah, we're gonna see in pretty much a little bit why do I believe that the entire transition from day to night thing should be just a little bit brighter. I do not mind it being in the game, but just make it a little bit brighter, devs. Come on. Right, now we are going, now from what you can see over here, we're going for the sound glyph. You can hit that rave if you stand next to the gate. But sometimes the game is gonna prevent you from doing that, so what you basically do is you go and shoot them yourself. Then you go for the left side and strike another ray from the long distance. And that pretty much cleans up the room for you. They're not gonna bother you anymore. Those rays are going to respawn, but they're not gonna bother you anymore. Take the bell hammer. Or the I think it's called bell hammer. It looks more like a club. Were there things like bell clubs? I don't honestly know. I'm not sure. Probably one of you guys in the comments are gonna correct me about that or tell me. Break the glass. As you aim the club, always aim it a little bit higher so you can guarantee that the bell hammer is actually gonna land on the other end. And of course, before that, just break the glass with the Reaver. And there we go. Sound glyph obtained. We're actually going to use the sound glyph throughout this run a little bit to stun the enemies. The stun from the sound glyph, depending on the enemy, is not really permanent. But while the enemy is performing the stun animation, he's perfectly vulnerable to getting pierced through by the weapon, fire Reaver. In the very end, it is actually a pretty neat and pretty useful tool. gonna see to slew us. Weaken them down from the long range, because we need to go for the right side anyways. Brother was shaking his head left and right like, oh, please don't shoot me. And then over here like, forget you. And that's example of the wonky hitboxes when it comes to the Soul Reaver. Really wonky hitboxes. And now the time have came to collect the health upgrade from the Sun's Cathedral. Which to gain an access to it, you kind of have to feel it, because as we can see, this is obnoxiously dark. Really obnoxiously dark. It's probably the darkest area in the entire game, not even kidding. But I sincerely believe that's also a very dark area in general. And just like that, we got the first circle of health upgrades complete. We still need to get 10 of the health upgrades or 2 full circles. Ah, yes. So for this one, I actually managed to capture the bug, in which for some reason, if you just simply try to move Raziel way too early, your character gets stuck in this weird position, but you can still go forward. Just full zoom on the ass cheeks. Just go forward. You cannot switch the realms in this for some reason. And there we go. The character just unlocked itself. I don't know why that happened. I mean, I kind of do, because I have made like a jump in the between. So I think I kind of glitched the game myself, but it wasn't a significant glitch to worry. At least we got something funny to look at. Welcome to the lighthouse. Population, bunch of Turellims. Melee weapon over here, which might actually turn out to be useful. I wouldn't say that's necessarily a necessity to pick it up, but it is a useful tool regardless. So what I was hoping here for is that the first projectile launch is gonna burn him alive. Unfortunately, it did not. Unfortunately, same for this fella. But now we have the Fire Reaver. The guy that's in front of us that's patrolling this specific walkway, sometimes he just stands still, sometimes he just continues to walk. It was the case of him of continuously walking, but if you're gonna get the right angle, you can basically pierce him through with a weapon. Another Terrellum in front. Perfectly executed. I think I was thinking for a second if I should absorb the soul or grab the weapon, but I think I decided not to. Now, when it comes to the first enemy that is like down below over there, if he is not exposed, just cast the Sound Reaver. So just cast the Sound Glyph, burn him with a Reaver, and that's it. Enemies in the Lighthouse territory are rather continuously spawning, but the thing is about them, if you're gonna not absorb their souls, they're gonna not respawn for longer. Because if you're just gonna kill them and absorb their souls, they're gonna spawn in continuously. Now, I'm sneaking over here for a good reason, because there is, you can basically stealth attack the next enemy. But also, if I recall correctly, I kind of could not really do anything against this specific enemy because he got himself stuck between the pipe and the mechanism that we see over here. So I kind of had to risk it because, as we could see, the hitboxes just did not cooperate. Nothing really worked. Yep, there we go. We simply had to risk it for the biscuit. And it actually paid off. Solution for this room, pretty simple. I just decided to kind of overcomplicate it with moving the box in a more comfortable position for me. But basically what you need to do is get this box and slide it into the machinery before time expires. Don't push it fully in because the machine needs to basically do its own first rotation. And now just push it in, machine is locked, you can move on. It is one of the pieces needed to basically obtain the objective of this entire area, which is the Sun Glyph. Yep, for now this guy is dead. The other guy is also dead. But Now we need to move down below, and as we can see, we already have another Turalim available, of which we managed to gracefully get rid of. I can't say if I recall correctly if this guy actually spawns back or not, but I think for the safety sake I decided to leave the weapon in the body. Yeah, next to Relem is pretty much can see you right through the wall. And he's pretty much an asshole. Because he's at the position and at the angle in which majority of his projectiles can pretty much hit you at all times. But yours can't. If you're gonna jump down below, I mean, technically you have to jump down below to make progress. Immediately cast either force or sound glyph, so you can stun him for a second and then just finish him off with a weapon. If you don't have a fire reaver, cast the sound glyph twice, assuming you have enough energy to do that. Moving stealthily over here. And yet, right behind the wall over there, another Tyrannom that already have detected us. I decided to use the force glyph over here because I knew he's gonna just crash into the wall. And that pretty much gives me a free opening to execute him with the Reaver. Another puzzle room, another set of boxes to move. Objective of this room is to move all the boxes in such a way that the water flow is gonna reach from one end to the pipe to another. As seen on TV. No, not really seen on TV. jump that we just saw a moment ago was probably one of the more annoying ones to complete. I mean, I did it on the first try, yes, sure, but it can be pretty annoying, especially the flight while you're using the vapor streams. And now, if you're low on energy, or the eldritch energy, this is where you're gonna replenish your entire power right here. I even remember I brought I brought the melee weapon down there because I was thinking, hey, I can do a certain thing over here, right? And then it turned out that I didn't even need it. Right, now going upstairs. Be aware of the guy on the very top, because he might basically throw a teleporter projectile. Once you hear that teleporter projectile, just start jumping. Start running, start dodging. Abuse the glyphs to your advantage. Just do everything in your ability to not get hit. And there we go, lighthouse in semi-functioning state, considering all the damage that actually went through it. Actually, from my perspective, it looks like it's pretty damaged. And as we can see, the impaled corpse have not resurrected, but unfortunately, the guy in front of the door did. Right, another situation in which picking up a weapon might not be the greatest idea to do. I'm glad to see that I have decided to just totally ignore its existence and just go for it. Yeah, there's another turtle over here, but he already knows where you are. So the best you can do is use Glitz, strike him with the Reaver once or twice, and then just execute him. He's not spawning back. So you basically have a perfectly clean hallway that you can travel through. And this is actually a very unique way to get another glyph, to get the stun glyph. You watch the floor, wait for it to open, then you just switch to the Spectre realm, and there we go. The sun glyph fully unlocked. I like getting that sun glyph whenever I am in the material realm more than spectral. And there we go. So far 24, and maximum capacity of eldritch energy is at 24. We're gonna definitely use the sun glyph once in the playthrough, but there's another glyph that basically does the same thing, but it's cheaper and it's faster to cast. Yeah, what I tried to do over here is even experiment a little bit. I was thinking, hey, what if I could basically dodge this entire, dodge the entire returning to from this area all the way back home, but just going to the Spectre realm. Unfortunately, that doesn't work that way. It just doesn't work that way. You have to be in the material realm for that to happen. So yeah, I would say that it was a little bit of a time waste, but not too much of a time waste. You live, you learn. Also, pretty obviously, it was the segment that I got the most successful run, so this is why I decided to keep this specific thing. Don't do what I did over here. Don't pick up that weapon. Just don't pick up that weapon. Just don't do it. yeah, I guess I was already derping pretty badly, and that's how the sun glyph works. It basically burns the enemies alive, and it's very expensive. And we can also hear probably in the background that we have a little bit of a sound glitch. For some, it's basically another bug that is with this version of the game, in which sometimes when it casts the glyph, the sound effect of it being casted kind of still remains in the background for some kind of reason. But this is pretty much why I also decided to be like, yeah, let's simply get to the warp gate. Let's go to the teleportation room. Get where I need to exit. And then basically restart the game, because that sound would be persistent until I would restart the game. Original plan was to basically include hunting for every single upgrade in one single segment, which would be a pretty long segment. After what I saw in editing, it was a segment that was over 1 hour and 20 minutes long. It was the longest segment in the game, and I remember failing it twice because I simply got robbed. So yeah, it was definitely something. It was a little annoying. Maybe that. And yeah, there we go. That's another segment like saved over here, and I restarted the game, came back into the game, and now we are gonna go for the health glyphs and all the other upgrades in specific order. We're gonna go from Underworld to after that we're gonna go directly for the Human Citadel, not even Zephon, Raziel's territory, Raziel's stronghold, Duma's territory, which would be Necropolis. After that, we're going for Rahab, and then pretty much moving on to the other stages of the game. Which at that point, when you're gonna collect everything, it's gonna be pretty much the final stages of the game. One of the most forgotten health upgrade pieces is right here, right on this wall. The amount of times that in the past that I have done runs and I was like, hold on, I'm missing one cheese piece. I miss one of the pizza health upgrades. And yeah, here it was all the time. And I was super confused about that. There we go, 2 out of 5. Yeah, I decided to kill those Duma vampires mostly because I was already so annoyed with the fact that I got robbed twice due to a weird situation. And I basically was like, nah, screw this. I'm killing these guys. Currently, I'm going for the human citadel, which, let's recall, we have not killed any humans in the game whatsoever. We pretty much have killed only vampires, and the humans have started worshipping us already at the Duma's territory. Not Duma's territory, excuse me, at Melchiah's territory. That pretty much means that this entire section over here is damageless no matter what. Humans are never gonna attack me. They're never gonna do anything. It's part of how they were scripted. It's part of how they work. And it's pretty much a chill part of the game.
The human citadel. Its towering walls and deep moats engineered to keep Nosgoth's vampire plague at bay. Though the city was well fortified against vampires, its human architects hadn't considered a breach by a creature such as myself.
The only thing that I really have against the remastered version of the Human Citadel is the soundtrack. For some reason, certain notes, they just kinda go up and down radically. As we can hear, right? As we could hear just now, they're just going berserk. They're just going nuts. Right, the first thing I have decided, it seems like the first thing I decided to go for was the water glyph. We got a vampire, like, right below us that somehow managed to get. It's a Rahab vampire that somehow managed to get over there. But we can pretty much very successively just ignore his existence. There we go, health upgrade number 3. I believe in Human Citadel there are a total of 3 health upgrades and 1 Eldritch Energy upgrade too. Plus the water glyph. There was even a little bit of a controversy about the statue. Which, honestly, when it comes to the statue, I'm going to mention in a bit, because then I'm going to have a significant better view on the statue itself. Oh yeah, I remember. I got a little bit confused about where the box was. And another box puzzle. push the box till the end of the hallway, cover the hall so it can start pouring water into the another room. And so it brings the statue alive. For a moment. But it still does it. So yeah, when it comes to the statue, there was a tiny bit of, should I say, controversy. Basically, the remastered statue was not looking very good. But thankfully, the developers have heard us and they changed the way that statue looks. Because it's, I genuinely believe that regardless of what other people might think, I just don't think that that statue was looking good. The face was uglier than the one in the original. And let's not forget that this game was released in 1999. If something that is from at least 24 years ago looks better than the remaster, you have made a mistake. Or you basically have a different taste, who knows. Regardless, the water glyph works pretty much the same way as the sound glyph, but I am pretty sure that the water glyph is way cheaper. I'm pretty sure of it, but I could be wrong, because I don't remember a single instance of using the water glyph throughout this playthrough. I only have used force. I know I have used the sound glyph a couple times. I know I have used the sun glyph maybe maximum 3 times, and maybe a fire glyph once. Maybe. Because I have a memory of a hamster, so I already don't remember what I did yesterday. Then again, I'm recording this entire commentary with the video pretty much right before the Christmas Eve. So, yeah, life is being busy. Life is pretty much being busy before Christmas. Anyway. There goes the gate. In the same room over here, there's gonna be another upgrade to our character, which I believe on this side it is actually an Eldritch energy upgrade. Oh no, wait. Yes. Before we're gonna move forward, we're gonna get another health upgrade, like just by climbing that ladder over here. You technically can't get into the human Citadel territory way before you even gonna get the ability to swim. I simply decided to take this specific path because it just makes it more convenient for me. It's just the way I work when it comes to this game. First the major boss fights, then the upgrades, then the rest of the game. And there goes the Eldritch upgrade. And it appears that on the list of the upgrades from the Human Citadel, we only have one more health upgrade. I think I remembered to finally take a look at the map, because map is like the best indicator of how many upgrades, how many items there are left. Which is actually a pretty handy addition into the remaster, because it just allows you to keep a track of the things that you have done in the game. there is going to be a pretty funny thing happening in this specific section after we're gonna get the health upgrade piece, health piece upgrade, health cheese, health pizza. I don't really know how many names this thing actually has. I have heard a plenty of different names for that thing, and all of them are kind of accurate. But yeah, we need the melee weapon for this section. If you haven't picked up the melee weapon before, this is also a good place to pick it up, because down below you have the resurrected Duma vampire. But if you're gonna throw a weapon at him, he's not gonna be a problem anymore. In other words, GG easy. There are only 2 vampires in the human citadel somehow. How did they manage to get in? I have no clue. Absolutely have no idea. Also, from the other things I could say about human citadel, in the unreleased version of the game, very much the cut content, I would say. Yeah, I think the more accurate name for this would be cut content. Human Citadel would also have a shrine for vampire worshippers, which would be its own boss fight. It would have its own boss fight, which would give you a reward of manipulation. And what do I mean by manipulation? I mean, you basically can possess enemies and manipulate them to fulfill the objectives. But that never happened. It is actually included in the cut content, in the bonus content of the Soul Reaver, which I'm actually thinking about going when it comes to the Christmas Eve. I'm actually gonna go through all of that, because why the heck not? Maybe gonna create a separate video about that, just showing my reaction to it. Somewhat somehow. I love Legacy of Kain series, especially Soul Reaver 1. Soul Reaver 1 is like my most beloved game of all time. But there we go. That's the second circle, which upgraded our health. We can finish one more circle of life, circle of health, and there goes the thing. Yes, if you manage to scare this human being, the game is gonna enter the combat state. But the thing is, the human's never gonna attack you. He's always gonna have his hands pulled out. Sometimes he tracks you, sometimes he doesn't. Eventually, he gets back to his pray the Lord pose, and the game just progresses naturally, like nothing ever happened. And that pretty much marks also the entire human citadel. 3 health upgrades, 1 eldritch, and a water glyph, and that's all that we can get from this place. If I recall correctly, the next location I have decided to go for, yeah, we are currently going for the Raziel's territory. Raziel's territory also have a few upgrades available for us. Oh god, the soundtrack in this place, it just, because of the certain tones, English by the way, because of the certain tones that are going up and down all the time, the music just does not sound natural. It just feels like somebody just manhandled specific effects of sound effects in this game. I don't know why. right, how could I also forget? The Raziel's territory also has the fire glyph available. Which is, in my modest opinion, probably the best offensive glyph that you can get in the game. Yeah, these these guys were definitely trying to do something. Burn that guy, but if you're gonna try to aim at the other guy, suddenly hitboxes are just not wanting to cooperate with us. The magic of the projectile hitboxes, ladies and gentlemen. I also hope that when it comes to, like, earlier at the beginning of the recording of the commentary for this, I hope that I have skipped to the right moment of the run. I really hope that I skipped at the right moment, because I mean, in worst case scenario, people can always watch the non-commentary version of the same clip, because I'm gonna involve both non-commentary and commentary versions. I simply made an editing mistake, and I included both semi-failed and successful attempt of the Raziel's territory. I simply didn't notice. It slipped my eye. But then again, it's the very first time when I actually do any sort of editing, so I guess I'm trying to not to blame myself too much for it. I mean, it is my fault, but I should be trying not to over-exaggerate. By the way, when it comes to the fire glyph area, which we are currently in, the whole area was included in the official PlayStation Magazine demo disc. I think it was a demo disc number 49. The same demo disc also had Quake 2, Dino Crisis demo, I think it's called demo, 40 Wings, and the magazine itself, I think it was trying to promote something about Tomb Raider. I think it was something about Tomb Raider Revelations. I think they gave like the first look on the Tomb Raider Revelations game. Which, by the way, that's gonna get a remaster soon, and I can guarantee that I'm gonna play it. I already have bought it. We are gonna play it. I already have pre-recorded versions of the original Tomb Raider 4, which I have played on PlayStation 1. I mean, it is a PlayStation 1 version. I played on the emulator, but I own the disc, so regardless. And yeah, I'm basically gonna play first the original playthrough and then the remaster. I have pretty much I have played through every single Tomb Raider game. They're just waiting to be uploaded. Oh wait, no, that's actually not true. I do not have recorded Tomb Raider 3 run because I cannot stand Tomb Raider 3. I don't have Tomb Raider Chronicles because my copy of Tomb Raider 5 was basically broken, and I basically need to wait for remasters to actually make it playable. Yes, to make this room basically more livable, more survivable, quotation marks, you pick up the weapon that looks like a face hugger. the head of the weapon looks like a face hugger, and you grab it from the hallway, you get over here, you throw it on the unsuspecting enemy, and then you pick another one from the wall and just throw it in. This wall over here, if you gonna not go to the spectral realm, this gate is always gonna close on you. And as we could see earlier, we have intentionally leave the torch over here so we can have so we can spend less time bringing it to the main chamber, and that's it. That's Fireglyph. Another funny thing is that the demo of this game, this section, basically ended up at you casting the Fireglyph. There's also another demo of this game, like a very pretty much early stage of the development, that was basically a lighthouse section of the game, but the animations were really bad. They were really wonky. They were quite... It was just absolutely unfinished. The enemies, you could not perform the execution attacks on the enemies. You could only perform swings, which, by the way, the swings of the weapons were just very fast. Left, right, up, down, left, right, up, down. It was basically the entire animation was just that. You could not really do much in that demo. You simply could go from a point A to point B, and that's it. It was not really looking great. I even still own it. I still own that demo. I believe I have recorded even a small episode with it, which I'm still thinking if I'm gonna publish it or not. I might. Alright, so we have the torch over here. Sneak attack. Burn the guy. The other guy that I tried to kill, usually, if he's not standing in the same place, he usually basically just runs around. In this case, he decided to like go all the way around, which gave me a free opening. Kill all the enemies over here. Again, stick to the right side of the entry to this little room over here, because we got an enemy. An enemy that is not really gonna react or do anything unless you're gonna stick to the left side of the staircase. It's a little bit odd that he only functions in that way, but he just does. The first bridge, pointless. It only has the Eldritch energy, large replenishment of the Eldritch energy, but we don't need that. What we need is this room over here. In this room, we basically put every single of the boxes on top of each other. You basically replicate what you did in Duma's territory, only you have less boxes to put on top of each other. And there we go. Another Eldritch upgrade obtained. Now, next thing that I can obtain over here, which is like pretty much free, is another health upgrade. And after that, I believe what is going to happen is I'm going to move towards the Melchiah's territory. Health upgrade, 2 out of 5. Did I take a look at the map to check if I grabbed everything from this zone, or I forgot to do it? I know I always check like the progression of the game when it comes to like collectibles at the very end of the entire run. Yeah, I just decided to kill these two. Why not? I have Fire Reaver, which is like from melee weapons. If you manage not to get hit, this is the best thing you can have on the planet. And yeah, human still to the right, still glitched. He actually doesn't move at all. He doesn't move at all unless you're gonna manage to get a vampire like right next to him. Then he just unlocks that vampire like it's nobody's business. Again, sun deals no damage. If the sun was dealing damage, we would not have a Reaver in our hands anymore. Another health upgrade over here. That's 3. Intentionally taking a dive into the water, which sadly causes us to lose the Fire Reaver, but we still got the Reaver. Because now we're gonna go for the pretty much what is this area? It's the Raptors. Oh god, what was the name of that location in not Soul Reaver 1, in Blood Omen 1? The Raptors Sanctuary? Hideout? Retreat? I cannot currently remember. But yeah, this is basically the same skull that was back in Blood Omen. It was all the way on top of this mountain over here. This entire area is actually pretty... It's actually pretty easy to complete. You just simply ignore all the enemies and then you just go forward. Just jump through. Never have to be afraid of any additional nasty surprises. And now I can hear in the background a pretty interesting thing that is happening. So what is basically happening right now is that two Melchiah vampires are fighting against each other. But sadly, I just could not on this attempt to get it to be shown. There's usually like just a group of 3 vampires. One vampire which is just sitting back chilling while the other 2 are just fighting. And sometimes they can get themselves in such a funny position that it's actually pretty funny to watch and pretty funny to look. It is a thing that I cannot really say it was even possible in the original game. Yep, send this guy by. Send this guy down who's dead. Well, not even a death, because there's no such thing in this game as fall damage. But this guy is never gonna bother us. And with the corner of the eye, we can definitely already see the 4th out of 5, which will be a 14th of the health upgrades available. And now for a glyph puzzle room that has the biggest amount of boxes to move in the entire game. But it has one of the absolute bangers when it comes to the puzzle. When it comes to the puzzle rooms, I think this song might be actually the best one that the Soul Reaver one offers. But yeah, pretty much this entire room over here, this entire puzzle is about get the picture, match the picture with the other picture on the other walls, and that's it. That's the entire puzzle when it comes to the when it comes to the Earth glyph. And the last piece of the puzzle. And from there, I'm gonna have to move towards the Rahab's territory because it has the final Eldritch and the final health upgrade piece. I would say that regardless of what people would say, that there's a lot of box pushing, a lot of, you know, doing weird, not really weird stuff, but regardless of just pushing boxes over here, pushing cubes, I don't really mind this area that much. Sure, it takes a little bit of time to, you know, to get all of it pushed in and solved and whatnot. But I never really minded it that much. I enjoyed the music mostly when it comes to this place. And there we go, Earthglyph. Earthglyph which is actually another pretty cheap glyph to cast in the game. Its major role is to stop enemies in the place. And it does it pretty well. While the enemies are being stunned in the place, you can execute them with your Reaver. But it's a little bit bugged because sometimes the execution just simply does not work. The sword just goes through an enemy and nothing happens. The explosion doesn't happen, enemy doesn't die. So it is a little bit bugged. I rather rely on either sound glyph or rely on the fire glyph to eliminate the enemy. But yeah, now the Rahab territory. I even remember Rahab territory. This is where I got robbed like 2 times. Because I had this very weird thing in which both me and the enemies, we have basically fired the projectile, and for some reason both our projectiles, instead of hitting each other regardless of being lined up, they just went through each other, and we both got hit. And that happened to me twice. First I went, from what I can see over here, first I went for the last of the Eldritch upgrades in the game. But yeah, it was pretty frustrating. I even remember that I said that if I managed to complete the return to the Rahab's territory for the second, that's technically what was the third time. But if I managed to complete it, I'm finishing the rest of the game. Guess what happened? I was already pretty much at that point. I was like solid 5 hours into the stream. I was already getting pretty tired. I was already getting pretty hungry. And what have happened? Well, I managed to get it. And because I'm a man of my word, I basically went and finished up the rest of the game. But yeah, it was a little bit frustrating because the entire segment of getting all the glyphs, getting all the Eldritch upgrades and health upgrades, that is a solid an hour and a half. So I technically, throughout from the entire day, I have lost 3 hours, if not even a little bit more. At one point, I even thought, oh yeah, this is where I made it. This is where I believe the game have flunked me a little bit, screwed me over. Because the game have basically decided to be like, hey, you are not gonna execute the jump that you want. And it basically glitched me and it sent me all the way down. Which actually turned me a little bit into the panic mode. I didn't really know what to do. So I basically went for the first path that I see, to basically figure out the path, and turns out that the path that I took was still risky, but it actually paid off. It actually paid off because I found the right way to make a progress in the game, so nothing lost, but it definitely gave me a little bit of a panic attack. But yeah, normally you just jump from the boat to the other section and you're pretty much good to go. When it comes to this guy that's in front, just kill him. Just straight up kill him. Because if you're not gonna kill him, he's gonna bother you. And the guy to the right, he's too ashamed, he's too shy. He's too shy to show up, and there we go. A proof. If you collect every single of the health upgrades, the bottom left of the screen becomes clear. You don't get any more of the... you don't get the health upgrade display anymore for the rest of the game. Yeah, for some reason, this guy have decided to resurrect. I don't know why. He also was stubborn enough to basically not even feel the fact that he is touching the wall, which was super weird. But there's another piece of weirdness that's gonna happen in a moment. This is definitely going to be one. But I don't remember which exactly enemy that was. Yeah, I think it was this one. Yeah, and this time actually the story project decided to do its job. This is what I'm talking about. Enemy was right there, and the game was enemy was right there. I throw the weapon and nothing contacts. I was I don't know how to describe it. That was so weird. It was just so freaking weird. The other funny part about this is that can happen. That can just happen during the playthrough. And if I recall correctly, I also got confused over here. For a moment, I totally forgot where to go. But I managed to recall it, so we are perfectly fine. We can hear another of the Rahab's vampires are hatching from... But I would consider it an eggs. They're basically hatching from their eggs. Also, there's another glitch that's gonna show up. It's Steve over here. I'm not sure where. Oh, yep, there we go. There we go. Just Rahab's just warp 3 Mr. Data. They're just shoving. They're just showing themselves like right in front of your face. Just teleporting, just magic teleportation. Yep, there goes another. Here it goes. I always heard about rubber banding in racing video games. This is probably the very first instance of rubber banding in a puzzle, in a puzzle platformer. It's probably the very first instance of that I have ever seen in my life. But yeah, that being said, this is all the eldritch upgrades, health upgrades, glyphs available in the game. Right now, we basically gonna move towards kind of wrapping up of this segment, and we are gonna go for the Oracle's Cave. I'm actually thinking about making the 100% run without the commentary to be basically a public thing. Because during this commentary playthrough, I have basically decided to kind of like try and skip the fragment, and I'm not sure if I skip at the right moment. So I'm gonna make the non-commentary playthrough of that to be a public thing. So people can basically see it and watch the entire thing without jumping from. I'm even gonna make a cut specific timestamp, I suppose. It still kind of bothers me because I know I'm like novice when it comes to video editing and doing stuff with the videos, and I know it's a novice mistake, but on one side it bothers me so much and I hate it, but on the other side I kind of want to keep that error in. It's a constant reminder to never do it again, to never make that mistake again. And I think I'm gonna do it that way. But for the future, like, edits, I'm basically gonna do a better job. I'm gonna do better. Okay, the Oracle's Cave, in which I have actually managed to fail it once, because I got hit through the wall by the Wraith. The Oracle's location is pretty much filled with Turanims. There's also gonna be a pretty interesting part in which I'm gonna definitely point something out, something very, very, very crucial. A sort of a mistake that I have made myself that nobody else needs to make, honestly. Yep, that's my revenge kill on that Wraith. But honestly, I would kill that Wraith anyway, because if I recall correctly, the melee weapon that you can get over here can be your companion for majority of this entire zone. Yep, I left it over here. So when it comes to the puzzle of this room, you remove from the right side, you remove one box, you move it all the way to the left side, because you have, on the left side you have a blue zone, and on the right side you have the red zone. Interesting, right? And basically you remove that one box, you move it to the left, you change the positions on the other box over here, Spectre Realm to another side, back to material, slide the box into the area with the marking, with the Z marking on the wall. After that, basically return to the center, use constrict. Gate is gonna open. Use constrict regardless, because after you're gonna put the boxes into the darker symbols, the main gate is gonna open. But after you're gonna solve this puzzle, just go back to the center, use constrict, grab the melee weapon, and just move on. I hope that my explanation wasn't painful, because I definitely know it definitely can be. Sometimes I do have difficulties with explaining some stuff. I mean, what can I say? In the worst case scenarios, you guys always have a video and you can just follow what you guys see. Yeah, on my first attempt of this, I was going for like one of the boxes, and the Wraith just went so aggro on me that it just was so aggro. It was like right in front of the gate, and it decided to attack me right through the gate, which was pretty darn annoying, because I did not know that enemies can actually hurt you through solid objects. Well, some of them can, but not all of them. I didn't know that Wraith is capable of doing that. I was actually kind of in shock. Yeah, I think I unlocked that wall just because I wanted to. I did not even needed the additional Eldritch Energy replenishment. With 52 of the Eldritch Energy, you are pretty much good to go for the rest of the Oracle's Cave. But yeah, fighting Wraiths is not really my favorite thing to do in this game. If I can, I'm always gonna use projectiles against them. Yes, and I remember that I have decided to return over here for the Fire Reaver. Because if the melee weapon is not gonna work out, then Fire Reaver will. Always the good old reliable. Another glitch that can actually happen in this peculiar puzzle as we speak is that basically, yeah, if you shoot the projectile and it aims at something, like automatically aims at something, if enemy is close enough to the gate, you can burn the enemy through the door because of the because of the Reaver projectile just being so freaking weird. Because it is weird. It can hit through the walls, but sometimes it cannot hit a projectile that is also right in front of you. Which is like, you know, it is what it is. Besides that, you can very easily just kill the enemies with the melee weapon. This is why I decided to pick it up. Because pretty much all the enemies that you encounter throughout the entire Oracle's place, you're not gonna have to fight them ever again. Therefore, you can just allow yourself to absorb the soul and pick up the weapon. Yes, one thing that I mentioned that I highly recommend doing here is before going to the Spectre Realm, just cast a Fire Glyph. Because of this, we have almost failed the run. We would fail the run if I wasn't fast enough. So don't do as I did over here. When you see the crack, don't even try to throw a weapon. When you see the crack, basically cast the Fire Glyph, let the guy burn, and then just move on with the game.
The role of a doddering
You should be
soothsayer,
safe.
stirring his pot of visions while dispensing enigmatic predictions to gullible visitors. Underneath the facade was Mobius the Time Streamer, sorcerer of the Circle of Nine, a ruthless manipulator with the power to bend time. Since his murder at Kain's hand centuries ago, these caves have stood vacant, though, like Mobius himself, they are rumored to be only a facade for a much larger, more elaborate complex. I sensed that Kain was here, and at that moment, I would have plumbed the depths of hell to find him.
The voice acting in this game is just so freaking good. I mean, the voice talent of Michael Bell, Simon Templeman, which is probably my favorite voice actor, just because of this game. Tony Jay, Richard Doyle, and Odo from Star Trek, which I never can remember his name. I probably never will remember it. So much absolutely amazing voice talent.
This, I deduced, must be the man himself, the Time Streamer, Mobius. He seemed not at all the impressive figure I had imagined from Kain's boasted exploits. And yet, even this cold image radiated a certain undeniable power.
Alright, so the puzzle over here, pretty much simple. Match the colors. Use construct, match the colors. And then construct the main light reflecting pylon. And then just move forward. Pretty simple. This is the area that has the biggest amount of puzzles in the game period. And pretty much all of them has something to do with constricting. I think that there's only a single puzzle that actually requires you to move boxes, but it's a small amount of boxes. Yeah, I think I'm sticking over here because I always knew that there's some kind of enemy behind the corners, and I'd rather be careful. This guy over here is a little bit of a prick to deal with because he's standing right in front of this somewhat, would you call it a barrel? It's a thing that you basically need to constrict. It's attached to the dials there on the lower floor. And because pretty much he's behind one of them, you cannot throw anything at him. You can't use the fire Reaver because he's just gonna be protected. You can use the glyphs though. But because this game loves to troll from time to time, if he would start throwing projectiles at you, he would most likely, he would be able to just cast the projectile at you and just hit you with it. At least that's what I believe. I know that this game can troll pretty heavily. Anyway, I'm just repeating myself at this point. A guy down below, he doesn't know. Throw a weapon, absorb the soul. He's not gonna bother you anymore. Another guy right in front, but he's already aware of my existence. So just double projectile with the fire. Done. Another guy, he's unaware. Throw the weapon, delete it. Absorb the soul, and grab the weapon again. Mini weapons in this game are just so freaking great. And it's always worth to pick one. Well, maybe not so great, because obviously they're gonna take some time to actually hit an enemy and stun the enemy, but if you know how to play this game right, they are basically one-hit killers. They're basically your answer for majority of the encounters, unless you got something over here, which is actually pretty cheeky. If you're just gonna try to run forward, you are not going to notice that there's like a little bit of a pathway, an enemy that's right behind it that immediately knows that where you are and that is ready to just strike you and finish your run. Thankfully, there's only one of these guys in this entire room like that. Yeah, this guy already knows, but he's just dancing. And again, iframes from casting the glyph to the rescue. Because if I decide not to cast the glyph, I probably would get hit. I would not even... I would basically not react fast enough to probably dodge it. This puzzle is actually pretty easy, but I recall I already was pretty exhausted. I was already pretty tired, and I'm pretty sure I made a couple mistakes while I was trying to solve this puzzle. Yep, this is where I started to make some really odd mistakes. Some weird moves, but it was already shown that my brain is basically getting very tired, and I was like ready to grab a sandwich, eat something, just sit back and chill. But nah. I was pretty much after the next puzzle, I was like, yeah, we just got like 10 minutes of the game. Might as well finish the playthrough. Might as well just get this thing done. And so I did. Of course, didn't end up without the resets. Especially when it comes to the final boss fight, because the final boss fight is pretty RNG dependent. Unless you're gonna skip the cutscenes, which during this playthrough, I am not skipping all the cutscenes at all. I'm watching all the cutscenes, so it was even more painful to look at. It was even more painful. Yes. And yeah, I stopped over there just so we can see which symbols we need to rotate, what we need to do to make more progress in the game. So yeah, this room. Constrict the buttons in the middle. I don't know how to call it. Little pedestals in the middle, so they match the pictures. Then after the activation of the mechanism, you just go through every single of the buttons, you pull the levers, and that switches up the door. Now, I do not recall, what, do we have another puzzle, or was that the last puzzle of the game? I think this is the last puzzle, because now we're gonna go through all the possible alternative. Yeah, this is exactly the area. We're gonna go through events that we have already witnessed, and events that have never happened, or could have happened.
My arrival in this miserable age. What trickery is this?
It is no illusion, Raziel, but a glimpse into the currents of time itself.
And this is where we have lost the weapon, but we are not gonna need it anymore. Yeah, this is a glimpse into the timelines themselves. Like we witnessed over here, it was the beginning of the game. Those so-called... Actually, I don't know how they are called. They're essentially pretty much the part of a chronoplast. Time gate views things. They basically currently they're showing you the event that you have managed to survive throughout the playthrough. Shattering
These
of the Reaver.
apparitions torment me. Has this all been foretold? Impossible. This must be one of Kain's deceptions.
Or is it? Actually, in PlayStation 1, you had a little bit of an animation playing before you went for the little timeline views, the chronoplast gates. I quite frankly, I never even bothered to know how they are called. Which is my mistake, I should already know that.
My mind reels with conflict. Does Kain await me moments from now? Or in some century yet to come?
This is actually a view on what would possibility of the final combat would look in the unreleased idea of the Soul Reaver 1. In a different Soul Reaver versions of the game that have not been officially released, Kain would escape to his retreat after the Chronoplast, in which we would chase him down. Basically, Soul Reaver is supposed to be the one game in the series that would finalize the entire thing.
This cannot be. What madness does this scene portend? Kain must think me credulous to suffer these lies.
Yes, another concept that actually got changed in the future game, which is Defiance. Raziel obtained Ariel Reaver. In the unreleased version of the game, Raziel just strucks Ariel and Soul Reaver obtains her soul like that. While in the Defiance, basically Ariel kinda gets herself renewed and she decides to become a catalyst for the Reaver that Raziel has.
Is this phantasm a conjuration of my mind, or an echo of future events?
And this would be pretty much, I think it would be the end of the game, like the final cutscene of the unreleased version of the game, in which after you kill Kain, you obtain the Kain Reaver. But you would not really be able to like use it because that's pretty much is the end of the game, right? And it will only make a pretty symbolic entrance into the game. You can actually get the Kain Reaver through cheats. PlayStation 1 had like really plenty of cheats available. All right, that is pretty much the last gate that we need to unlock, the Chronoplast. And I believe that before I made the segment over here, I have shown that I have collected everything from every single area, and I showed it slowly. Yeah, Ruined City always shows that the health power-up, 0 out of 1, it's a bug. It's a bug, because we have all the health upgrades collected. I even shown it before. I think I even have paused the game over here. Again, if you don't have any of the health upgrade circles visible on the bottom left of the screen, that means you have collected every single one of them, and there's 15 of them. It's a bug that I'm gonna assume it's gonna get eventually fixed. Yeah, I even have shown through the gate that I have unlocked every single location, which is also another stipulation for 100% playthrough. At least my own stipulation 100% playthrough. And this is where we making the final segment of the game. The final segment, which is the encounter with Kain, which is, well, it's special to say the least. It kinda requires quite a bit of luck. At least it requires quite a bit of luck if you don't skip the cutscenes. If you skip the cutscenes, you can pretty much manipulate Kain spawns to your will.
At last. I must say I'm disappointed in your progress. I imagined you'd be here sooner. Tell me, did it trouble you to murder your brothers?
Did it trouble you when you ordered me into the abyss?
No. I had faith in you. In your ability to hate. In your self-righteous indignation.
Lies. You cannot have foreseen all of this.
Eternity is relentless, Raziel. When I first stole into this chamber centuries ago, I did not fathom the true power of knowledge. To know the future, Raziel. To see its paths and streams tracing out into the infinite. As a man, I could never have contained such forbidden truths. But each of us is so much more than we once were. Gazing out across the plains of possibility, do you not feel with all your soul how we have become like gods? And as such, are we not indivisible? As long as a single one of us stands, we are legion. And that is why, when I must sacrifice my children to the void, I can do so with a clear heart.
Very poetic, Kain. But in the end, you offer no more than a convenient rationalization for your crimes.
These chambers offer insight for those patient enough to look. In your haste to find me, perhaps you have not gazed deeply enough. Our futures are predestined. Mobius foretold mine a millennium ago. We each play out the parts fate has written for us. We are compelled ineluctably down preordained paths. Free will is an illusion.
I have been to the tomb of Sarapan, Kain. Your dirty secret is exposed. How could you transform a Sarapan priest into a vampire?
How could I not? One must keep his friends close, Raziel, and his enemies even closer. Can you grasp the absurd beauty of the paradox? We're the same. Sarapan and vampire. With our holy wars, our obsession with Nosgoth's domination, who better to serve me than those whose passion transcends all notions of good and evil?
I will not applaud your clever blasphemy. The Sarapan were saviors, defending Nosgoth from the corruption that we represent. My eyes are opened, Kain. I find no nobility in the unlife you rudely forced on my unwilling corpse.
You may have uncovered your past, but you know nothing of it. You think the Sarapan were noble, altruistic? Don't be simple. Their agenda was the same as ours.
You are lost in a maze of moral relativism, Kain. These apparitions and portents. What game are you playing now?
Destiny is a game, is it not? And now, you await my latest move.
Alright, final Kain, the second Kain boss fight. Because we have watched cutscene, the first stage is a little bit unpredictable on where he's gonna spawn in. But if he spawns in front of you, that's great, that's fantastic. The second one, he's gonna spawn exactly in the same location where the cutscene's shown. The mechanics are pretty much the same as from the first Kain encounter. The last of his positions is actually pretty randomized. The only thing that remains constant is the fact that he's never gonna spawn where the time gate actually is. So the third attempt is pretty much randomized. It's pretty random, dependent on luck. I managed to get this on my third try, but yeah, there we go. The final boss fight of the game.
You nearly had me, Raziel. But this is not where or how it ends. Fate promises more twists before this drama unfolds completely.
Be warned, Raziel. Once you cross this threshold, you are beyond my influence.
Raziel, Redeemer and Destroyer, Pawn and Messiah. Welcome, time-span soul. Welcome to your destiny. Where time is but a loop, a loose stitch in the universal cloth. A streamer might seize upon a chance, a fatal slip, and plunge the fate of planets into chaos.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is pretty much the end of the Legacy of Kain Reaver 100% segmented no damage run. Hope you guys have enjoyed, regardless of that unfortunate mistake at the Raziel's territory, which is kind of my mistake. Hope you guys have enjoyed. Yeah. I don't know what else to say. I'm very happy that I managed to complete this run. Links for everything that you guys need are gonna be in the description below and the pinned comment as well. I'm gonna include also a link to the non-commentary version of this playthrough. I'm Uncle Lander, and hopefully I'm gonna see you guys on the next playthrough, on the next run, whatever it might be.
Stop.